put him on some comfy clothes so that he could eat as much as he wanted to in that episode.
Holy shit. Listen, late people, like, I'm having an issue right now. Like, the lateness, 5 minutes is 5 minutes in my book. Wait.
Y'all know how she is, her yelling.
Oh, shit. Oh, Peggy is
How did
here.
y'all get outside? You just let you in.
She said, am I in a box?
Is everybody here?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Loud
Okay,
and
cool.
clear.
Hey,
We're
Corey.
just going to let people take a deep breath real quick.
Sorry, I couldn't
you
figure
muted
out
or
how to
mom?
get in there. How do I mute you guys?
Can y'all hear barbecue? I can't.
You
How
can't
do I
hear me?
mute you guys?
You just tap your screen and push the mute button, but I can mute you like that, and then you can just figure out how to unmute yourself.
It's by the chat. Where you want to chat, there's a little mute button or a
I see it
microphone.
now. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I can't hear shit.
Tammy, you might have to leave and come right back in.
She was making all that noise with her snacks. I think it messed up her microphone.
I'm telling you, she's always fucking. She got a sweet tooth.
Me too, girl. I feel that. That's why I'm big as hell.
I know. I'm thinking like, man, I need to like get something to snack on right now myself. But I was just, I just woke up from a nap like an hour ago.
I'm eating candy pacifiers.
Can you hear me now, Tammy?
Are y'all talking?
Yeah.
I don't hear shit. I'm going to have to go out and do something.
She said it.
Do you need to update your app? Oh my god. Does it say I'm paused?
No, you're not paused.
Oh,
Jay, it's so confusing over here.
I know.
So-
we can't do TikTok for nothing.
that's all right. You're totally fine.
I don't know how you guys keep up with this.
Mm-mm.
They say I'm lagging a little. Oh well. Deal with it.
I don't think you are. Your face,
Not for me.
your mouth is matching the voice.
So there are some people in the chat right now that were at the incident with Terry Lynn. So if we need them to come up in the box. Can you hear now, Tammy?
I sure can.
Fuck yeah.
Can I say something before we start?
Sure.
Well, I just want to say to Barbecue and to Tammy, that I'm, like I said on the phone, we talked earlier, but I did want to say publicly that I am sorry for anything that I said that was misinformation and, shed bad light on you guys, because like I said earlier, there was a lot like coming at me, Terry Lynn wise, Julia, all of that. And when I heard Tony's name, I instantly just it flicked the switch, because that man was trying to get me on the phone. And then I hear that about my marriage. So it triggered me. But I just want to say that we are all here for the same reason. And I saw that crystal clear today. I don't mean to say crystal clear, but I saw that when you started talking about Terry Lynn, because I had so much contact with her, it really resonated with me. And I just want to say that publicly for everybody to hear. Love me, hate me, whatever. I am sorry for the things that I said that were, misinforming people about you guys.
And I can respect that. I can respect an apology. And, sometimes we are steered in a different way depending on what knowledge that we have. And as we talked on the phone earlier, you have different knowledge than we have, and we have knowledge that you don't have. So we're hoping to come together tonight and put our knowledge together.
That's what was crazy with talking to you guys. Like, you guys from YouTube, I know you're watching right now, we have totally different information than they did. Like, today, Barbecue came over to Queen Bee's and was like, those pants that Terry Lynn found were actually Sebastian's. And that had never been talked about on YouTube. So I think that maybe TikTok Tony's team loves the fact that we haven't been sharing information, and now we are. And I'm so glad we're communicating, because I think it's going to make some things make sense.
It's going to fill in some of the pieces of the puzzle.
Well,
It's gonna connect the dots.
So thank you so much. I just want to say that, and then I'm going to mute so you can go on.
You're good.
I was just going to say, I want to add on to that. Barbecue brought that out, and she is not lying about those pants belonging to Sebastian. A size, well, they were just too small.
Yep, they were his, just a couple of sizes too small.
And Jay, I just want to say I accept your apology, and I'm sorry that I made the video replaying your live the other day and commentating on it, but that was just kind of like my whatever. But I accept your apology, and we're just going to move forward.
I get it, and thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, it's just, integrity,
Absolutely, and I appreciate that. Can I ask you about the pants? I mean, I know you probably don't want to say how you confirmed it, but are we assuming that they might be, they would have been like pants that he didn't fit in anymore, that were at someone's house, that were, kind of given to someone to put out there? Or what are we thinking about that?
I don't know if they were given for someone to put out there, but your line of thinking is correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're on the right road.
This is my processing of what I witnessed myself. So, this is kind of like my thought. Terry Lynn went searching in that area 2 days in a row. She literally publicly said that the day she found the pants, that was her second time out there. She didn't want to tell anybody where she was at because she didn't want threatened or harassed. Okay. So in my humble opinion, I feel like Terry Lynn planted the pants the day before. And this is why I think that.
They came from Seth.
So there's a few of us that obviously have our phone numbers and whatnot. And if you have the pleasure of having an iPhone, you know what screen sharing is. And so myself and Tammy, and I don't remember who else was actually on the call, but regardless, we had received a message that Terry Lynn, it was blown up everywhere, okay? Terry Lynn found a pair of pants, yada, 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 okay? Obviously, everybody's going to go watch that. So we went over to YouTube. I'm on a phone call. I'm like, I'm going to screen share this so we can all see it. And she was at the point where she was bitching about the officer not wanting to cross the river because his pants were pleated and he didn't want to ruin his pants, and that they were wandering across the bank line, and she was trying to locate the spot where she had found them. And she kept saying like, oh, it's a little bit further, maybe it's over here. Like she was trying to like recall how far she had gone down the river. So for me, I was like, okay, let's go back. And I rewound the video, okay, to the point where she was walking around this big uprooted but rooted tree. And if anybody remembers that video, it was cutting in and out. It was freezing. The camera was on the ground. It was zoomed in. Like there's some things I remember to a fucking T, and this is one of them. And she's panning around the tree. Now, mind you, we had rewound. So when you stop a live on YouTube and then you go and private it, it's going to stop everybody from even viewing the rewind. I know you know this, Jay, because the other night at 1:30 in the morning or whatever, Terry Lynn privated her fucking video that you were watching.
Yep.
Okay. So before that had happened, she's panning around on the ground. I didn't really think about it completely, but I never forgot it. But she's on the ground and she said, let me put the phone really close and say this. Let me think. That is what she said. And after meeting her the other day and being able to firsthand in person observe how she talked and her like mannerisms and things like that, I believe she was out in the woods talking to herself. And I think that she was trying to really think, where the fuck did I hide these pants at? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But that's my humble fucking opinion.
Can I piggyback on that story?
Sure.
All right. So she finds the pants. The part that I saw, you can't watch 12 hours of this woman, you know. So the part that I saw was where they were in the water and she called the police to have them come get it, and she had this officer there and he didn't get in the water to retrieve it. But she's telling her audience that he's useless. These officers, he didn't want to get wet. He didn't want to get the creases wet. Well, when the reality was, when she finally went and spoke to his boss in another live, because she was dropping off something of evidentiary value, allegedly.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
What's that?
What? How can you collect certain evidence, right? You collect evidence, you bag it and tag it, so to speak.
Right.
You couldn't do that for those pants.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You know what? I misspoke. She went to follow up on the pants. My bad. I was wrong on that. So what happened was that night, that officer stood there until his boss got there and she was there for hours.
The female boss.
Yes, the female boss said, I told him not to get in the water.
Exactly.
And she said this on her live. She said, I told him that I would come there and I would handle it. So he just stood there and watched the pants until his boss got there. He was following orders, and she made it sound like he was, lazy and not wanting to get in the water. She always has this distrust of law enforcement, and that was one of the instances.
Well, and I will say my point still stands, because you can go back and watch the search videos, and that is absolutely something that they do. When they find evidence, they will get a trash bag and some gloves, and they will put whatever they found in the trash bag. And eventually they will get to where they go and take it to law enforcement. Why was it so specific that you called the cops for those pants instead of doing what you have been doing all along and just getting a bag and putting them in it?
So what other things, because Terry Lynn was hitting me hard with the things she was finding to try to bait me. I know, Clue, you and I have talked about this, at length, but I told Barbecue a little bit earlier, but I was telling her about, and I found this interesting because I've never seen this picture, but remember when Terry Lynn showed me that she found a box that said Katie's high school photos, and it was like a box that looked like it was new but was stepped on and just a little bit of mud on it. It didn't look old.
Have like the wedding album that he goes through and gets all emotional over. So I would find it really hard to believe that he still doesn't have like photos of her young, right? Especially since we all know that's when he gained the attraction to her, if you will.
Yeah. But Barbecue had a really good point. She saw a picture of all of these pictures or a video of all these pictures of Katie around a silver car.
And I didn't know until Monday that Terry Lynn even drove a silver car. Do you know what date that box was sent to you, that picture was sent to you?
Yeah, can I look while I'm on my phone?
Yeah. Just swipe up like you're going to send a text message. You can still hear us, but we just can't see or hear you.
I almost feel like if the law would just go collect Terry Lynn's phones, plural, they would have a whole lot of insight into this case, in my opinion.
Well, I've questioned what has made her so invested in this case. Like, what drive? Sorry, I got a phone call. To be so invested in this case to the point that, you do nothing else. It's an everyday, and that's what everybody, praises her for. She's the only one looking. She's out there looking every day. Like, what is it?
I don't know.
I just asked somebody yesterday, and I think that this is a across the board. Sorry, I'm getting a snack, guys. So if you hear a bag crunching, it's me. I just said the other day, like, isn't it known that if somebody is involved in crime, like, that they get away with, or they think that they get away with, that they can't help but revisit, be a part of.
Like revisit that crime scene, or
Inserted themselves into the crime, and
I don't know. This whole this situation is just crazy to me. Like, there's people that.
Serum, can you come up real quick and just explain that in a more professional manner? Do you mind?
Hey, what am I explaining?
When criminals are when they do something but they insert themselves. I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, so hey everybody, this is Body Moving. This is my backup account. So yeah, everybody knows this, right? Like, when a crime is committed, they'll often return to the scene of the crime. They'll insert themselves into the investigation in some way. Whether it be searching or hanging around a bar where cops hang out to overhear conversations. And because they're not only obsessed with the crime itself or the act of the crime, but they're also obsessed, like me, about how people get caught and how cops do investigations and things like that. So,
like a firefighter that goes back to the
yeah,
fire.
an arson will go to the, they'll go watch the house burn down, right?
Would you compare Seth going to the command center and getting kicked out for nosing around to that? What do you make of that?
Well, that's hard. You know what I mean? That's hard because he's the father
Emotions
of the
was
missing
really
child.
high.
Emotions, yeah.
Right. So, if he was like an uncle or like a cousin, then yeah, I'd probably be really sus of that.
Yeah, it'd be inappropriate, right?
Right.
I get
Or a
that.
neighbor. But like a
Before
father.
I forget, June 10th was when she sent me the box that
Okay, let
said
me-
Katie's photos.
Let me
June
log
the
that.
10th.
I keep a spreadsheet of every event, and I just wanted to
Okay.
add that. June
Yeah, I can tell you when she sent me the mattress pad. She sent me all this shit.
June 10th.
The box was June 10th, and then after that came the mattress pad, and that was on. Give me 2 seconds.
Hold on, what was the mattress pad?
Oh, so she found a mattress pad. You guys haven't heard about the mattress pad?
No.
Okay, that was July 7th. She sent me the mattress pad.
All right, I'm just gonna type it up and screenshot it. Got it.
Okay, so the mattress pad, she found this mattress pad on her live, and she told the audience that it had blood on it. And then she went a step further to say that she bagged it, and we found out later that she was asking Julia, the dog handler lady, she was saving it for her so she could sniff it with her dog to see if it was Sebastian's.
What?
Yes, and then when she got called on the carpet about it, it went from blood to urine. She's like, I never said that was blood. I said that was urine, and I never said it was Sebastian's. But she alluded to it,
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think what other things she found. She found a sock, but she didn't send me a picture of that.
A knife.
Was she in on finding the glasses?
She wasn't there.
Oh, that was
So
Wasn't
the
it?
glasses is sus too. All right.
The glasses were right around the corner from the Proudfoot home. Remember that?
Yes.
Or no, the Bauer Sox. The Bauer Sox home.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And
listen to this. Vinnie Politan asked Seth about the glasses, and he's like, yeah, they were found in the middle of the road. And Vinny's like, was there any damage to the glasses? And Seth is like, no, just a couple scratches on the nose part. And I'm like, you just found them in the middle of the road, and Sebastian's been missing how long, and they haven't been run over by now? Like,
Right.
it was so weird.
And there was a knife too.
And
A
Seth
knife?
said he was there with
Didn't
his.
you tell me that, Jay?
No, I never heard a knife.
Somebody told me that. Like there was a knife, like a picture. They had a picture of it. It was like a folding. I might be crazy, but I could
No, I
swear.
never heard that.
So Sebastian just recently got a new pair of glasses. Like, what if they were his old glasses? Or an extra pair? We all know that when kids get glasses, you're going to need an extra pair because more than likely they're going to break one.
I think they said they weren't his, though, that the TBI said they weren't.
they said, but they said they weren't there. They weren't Sebastian's. But
Yeah.
they didn't say. They didn't say though. Well, no, I guess they flat out said they weren't his. So
It did, yeah.
What
And
did the
Seth
TBI
said that
But they
him
said
and-
the pants were unrelated.
They
Okay,
said the
that's
same
right.
thing
What was
about
the
the
wording,
pants.
barbecue?
But they said the pants were unrelated. But they were his.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because they weren't worn by him recently. That's probably why. But if they found them and they knew they were Sebastian's, they've got to be thinking, who's throwing Sebastian's pants out in the woods? And then Seth wonders who's following him, right?
about the pants though, real quick, like we don't know that they were Sebastian's, Zooey. Like,
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
and you guys have confirmed that individually.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
They were not his size. They were smaller.
Small.
We're talking about that last night, right? Barbecue.
Yeah.
And I mean, I just, I don't have proof of that. Me, Body Moving, does not have proof of that. I want to make it clear. I don't know. They say they have independently verified this separately, but I personally don't know that. I have to say that for my contract.
No,
No, I get that if you didn't hear it yourself, That's wild though, because there was also a sock that was found, and then if you listen to Jennifer Coffindaffer with Seth, they have like this huge discussion about Sebastian's socks.
Oh, and how Seth said he found all those socks on the side of the bed.
All balled up under his pillow and on the side of the bed. Yep, barbecue. I'm picking up what you're laying down.
Yeah.
Shit, no.
Wait, can we talk about, while we're on the planted evidence thing, before we get on something else? Clue, are you still there?
Yep.
Because I don't remember exactly what the hell happened with the Julia and the planting of evidence thing.
Oh, this bitch. So
Yeah, let's put this together because Terry and Julia were talking constantly that we saw in those texts.
24/7, and Julia actually came to Truth and said, I am in fear for Cluminati's safety because I believe, there could be conversations about planting evidence on her property.
Let's clarify elevated truth because we do have someone in the box with the same name.
It's cool. I'm gonna hop down. I took a gummy. I'm done, bro. I gotta get up there.
A probiotic.
Yeah. So basically he was like, don't say anything because I'm waiting on this PDF that she has promised me, right? Well, he came up on a panel one day and I was like, I sat there for a bit and finally I was like, look, let's just cut the shit. Like, cause I hear their discussions about you and Terry Lynn talking about planting evidence on my property. Tell me about that. And of course, she like immediately was just, well, no, and I'm like, don't play with me. Like, I shoot it like it is. You know, you had the conversation because clearly you're getting nervous. I'm like, send me over everything that you're talking about and what you were referencing. Well, then she sent it to me. Then the next day, Terry Lynn was, Jade, this was on your show. She was up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I went up there and confronted Terry Lynn. She winds up showing us her phone and she is scrolling. I mean, I'm talking about for days. It took an hour and a half, by the way, for her to start showing the phone. So then she starts scrolling and none of the conversations match. There's like pieces missing. It's not making sense, right? But the screenshots or that you could see the conversations, they matched what the other person had sent. So I know it was a real conversation, right? And I eventually told her, I said, well, look, I'm like, this is not a game, right? Like, this is my life, my man's life, our kid, you know what I mean? And I told her, I said, come with me to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and you can give them your phone. Tell them about this conversation. And of course, she's like, I'm not going down there. I don't trust Sumner County law enforcement, blah, blah, blah. But I'm just going to say you're going to drive around hammered, but you don't trust law enforcement. Whatever.
Ain't that the truth?
Hammered. If she said she wasn't drunk the other night at dinner, she's a damn liar.
Did she say that?
Yeah, she said she was drunk and she was trying to ask Casey, can you drive stick shift? I can't drive.
No. Did she say she wasn't?
Yeah, last night on Brittany J's live, she said, I had one glass of wine.
Oh, girl.
And 8 Xanaxes.
How big was that glass, Terlin? Hey, I've got a question for you guys. Have you guys ever heard about any carpet being removed from Seth's
From
home?
Seth's house? Yeah.
What'd you hear about that?
We heard that he got all of his carpet replaced in his living room.
Are you kidding me?
No, that's true. That's legit.
Okay, hear me out here. Do y'all remember Nancy Grace? Nancy Grace asked Chris Proudfoot, Mr. Proudfoot, has any carpet been removed from your home? And he said, no, ma'am. Then T-Rev757 leaks a photo of Seth in his living room, and it looks like there's damn plywood on the floor.
Yeah, that shit looked just like a subfloor.
Dude,
Yep.
I'm telling, yes. And everyone's
Yep.
like, no, that's laminate. I'm like, no one buys laminate that looks like particle board.
Exactly.
So Seth's carpet was removed. And then Nancy asks for the Proudfoots, and they're like, nope. Wow.
They asked the Proudfoots about the
Nancy did.
Yeah, Nancy
Yeah.
did ask the Proudfoots about like bedroom furniture, and then that's when he said that he had a neighbor or whatever that had given him a mattress or whatever for face room, but nothing had been moved out nor in the house. It was just in the garage.
Now, how did you guys hear about the carpeting? Like, where did that come from? Do you
Girl.
remember?
I don't reveal my sources.
I don't remember.
But you
I don't
do remember for sure hearing that though, because I'm
Oh, for sure. Yes,
Oh, my
I did.
God.
Yeah.
because I've been like trying to, figure this out for months. Why Nancy asked the Proudfoots, and then it looked like Seth had no damn carpet.
Somebody said his mom said he was remodeling on Facebook.
Oh my God, he rents. He rents.
Yes.
How do you
Exactly.
remodel?
Oh, bing bong. Oh shit, that ain't good.
I feel like I remember that there was discussion somewhere. I don't want to say like this is factual, obviously, but that neither parent was allowed to touch Sebastian's room, clean it, or anything. Like, they were allowed to put stuff back in order, but as far as like changing anything in their house, they weren't allowed to throw like any furniture away or anything like that. And it was very suspicious to me that all of a sudden all of his carpet would be ripped up and thrown out and replaced.
Yeah, that's interesting because Nancy brought that up. If Nancy didn't bring it up, I would have never thought anything of that picture. I mean, I might have looked at the floor and been like, what the fuck? But for her to ask Chris and Katie, and you know Seth was watching, and he's like, oh, fuck, they didn't take any of their carpet, but they took mine. Hang on, my chat wants to know. No, they're not going to block you if you come over here. Come on over. Come on over.
We actually did have a little mod conversation tonight, and we're not going to block anybody. We want everybody to hear this.
Come on over. But yeah, I just wanted to ask that. That's interesting. I can't imagine how much other info you guys have. Clue, is there anything else that you can think of that maybe they can fill in?
The word on the street says those pants were actually provided by Seth.
I heard that as well.
Yeah, I did too.
So, like an old pair of pants at his house, maybe?
Yes.
Interesting, because he had another thing that was interesting too. I don't know if you guys know this. He had a whole bag of shit that was in his car of Sebastian's, and he was saying he was going to give it to the dog handler.
No. He said he had a bag of evidence, bagged and tagged, but Ellie won't call him to get it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, she's right. And Jay, you're right. He kept a bag of stuff.
He did.
When Julia came into town, she was going to use for the scent.
Yeah, he was supposed to meet up with her. And then when she supposedly came to town, she was like, Seth is ghosting me.
Right. And he came on a live, actually, and was like, you can tell the dog lady that I have it whenever she's ready. Or something like that, right?
Yep, he had clothes of Sebastian's, and she wanted a shoe insole.
And let me just say that Tony and Seth both have said, Tony on TikTok has said, Seth has a bag of evidence. Sumner County sheriffs will not contact the father.
He's been riding around with it in his vehicle
for a month.
Yep, I remember that too.
And my thought was, why don't you just go to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and turn it the fuck in?
Exactly. Are you scared to go there? It's just like how he said, they won't tell me nothing. He had us all under the impression he was actually calling them. I don't think he was reaching out at all.
Well, let me tell you, I can tell you for sure, 150%. He does that. He lies like that because I can tell you I've seen text messages. Remember when, actually, matter of fact, right around the time he did an interview saying that Chris or Katie wouldn't contact him, showed a screenshot where Chris had actually reached out to him. I think it was either 2 or 3 different days. No response.
Why does that not surprise me at all? Wow. So, yeah, I have a feeling he's not tried to reach out to them at all. And it's all just a bunch of baloney.
One thing I do want to talk about, though, I'd like to focus on this job of Seth's, right? This might be new to you, but y'all will have to help me with my dates. But the way I understand it is he literally worked there for like a week and then went on disability.
I saw that he started his job in 2023 in February.
Correct. But immediately upon starting, he went on disability.
Oh, another time, you mean?
Yes, right after he got the job.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
At the sheriff's department?
Interesting. For what? Like short term? Or like family leave or like FMLA or what?
I just know it was leave for something.
How long was he on leave for?
And that part I don't know.
Can we go further with the job and talk about his coworker for a minute?
Oh, girl, bye.
Yeah.
Someone under investigation for,
Blue, what the fuck?
yeah, I don't know.
Time clock modification.
Which could be clocking in or out in
For
another
somebody.
employee. Because I find it weird that he said he all right, so we get word from, of course, Terry Lynn that he's missing from 2 hours on the camera, right? Well, it's interesting that Tony comes out and says he took a nap in his car.
Yeah.
Seth goes on to Betty's chat, and in the chat he says, well, I didn't get a break that night. We're lucky if we ever get a 15-minute break. Well, I can tell you right now, that is some bullshit, honey. You work 12 hours. Legally,
By law.
by law, they have to give you probably 2 15-minute breaks and a 30-minute lunch, at least on a 12-hour shift. And you work a government job. They are not screwing around when it comes to that.
Right. And let's talk about the fact that he said he went in an hour early that day, too.
Right, in the parking garage.
Uh-huh. Yep. It's weird. But then I watched that interview again with JLR where he met them out there at Natchez Trace State Park or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched that beginning where he, you know, talks to Jones and he talks to Jaden and Seth. And Jones says, you know, I went to academy with him. I told him if he ever needed anything, I'd be there for him. And then they go on to talk about these certain cities that they've been to flyering. And I couldn't really make it all out because I don't know all those towns around there. So nothing like was really, you know, familiar to me. But I did notice he said some certain town. I can't remember the name of it now. But Clue, if you go back and listen to that, see if you can hear the names of those towns that
I
they've
will.
been flying together. It's interesting.
Well, I can tell you this. I went out to that last ride they did, if you can call it that. But we drove around all of Clarksville that morning. We got there at 12. It started at 2, I think, or something. I don't know when kickstands were supposed to be up, 2 o'clock. And Clarksville had no flyers. I mean, none. No yard signs. I saw 3 the entire time we were in town. And Clarksville is a decent-sized town. Very busy. A lot of road traffic. No signs for Sebastian at all.
That's nuts.
Well, you know, when we hung up a flyer, Barbecue got out of the car and was hanging one up, and this boy said, who's that, or what are you doing, or something like that. And Barbecue said, this is Sebastian Rogers. He went missing back in February. And that boy said, well, I didn't know anybody is missing or was missing.
It's Jackson and Bellevue. Do you guys know where those places are?
Oh, yeah. So that's kind of funny because Jackson, Tennessee is, oddly enough, I'll tell you guys this too. So remember that the tip came out about a lady seeing a boy that looked like Sebastian in a dark truck at like 5 o'clock that morning?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay, so this woman, it was like a super credible tip. Oddly enough, that occurred right down the way from Natchez Trace State Park, right? So she saw this little boy at 5 o'clock in the morning. They were told they couldn't get any information about it, okay? It had to be law enforcement that they would talk to. So Seth and Jones apparently said they would go up there and show their badges. They're law enforcement, right? But member JLR came back to that gas station. It is in Jackson, Tennessee, and no one ever came by whatsoever to look at the footage.
Oh, damn. I missed that whole part.
But mind you, you drive your ass all the way to North Carolina when you see this photo.
Huh.
Does Jones, you were saying Jones, right?
Yes.
So does Jones, like, he works with him at the sheriff's department. So how would he have a badge that, you know, in order to get video that only LE could get unless he was misrepresenting himself?
Right. Well,
That would have
barbecue,
probably-
didn't he pull his badge out on you at dinner
Yeah, when me and Tammy went for lunch,
or lunch?
there was rumors that people were starting before we went down to Hendersonville that we were going to record the interaction, and Tammy pulled her phones out and she was like, we just want to show like we aren't recording, and I pulled my phone out and showed him, and then he whipped out his wallet and slapped open, and it was a gold star, and he was like something along the lines of like,
I wasn't worried about it.
He's not
I've
law
got this.
enforcement. Yeah, and
Wow.
I just want you guys to know that the Davidson County sheriff deputy, that is not law enforcement. They are actually the only sheriff's division in the United States, if I'm not mistaken, that are not technically law enforcement. Like, he can't arrest people, he can't write no speeding ticket, he could deliver some papers if he got served, and he can watch over inmates.
That's the way our COs are. They can't do anything besides maybe write up someone in the jail. But when it comes outside of the jail, they can't do shit.
And
Well,
did you
if
guys
he's
notice he
employed
was
with the
wearing
sheriff's
his...
department? He can serve subpoenas, and that's about it.
It makes me wonder about him, though, because that one search where they were at the warehouse, where they went in, he was wearing his deputy uniform.
Was he?
Was not Jones, just so
Wasn't
she
he?
was
No, not
clarifying.
Jones. Not Jones. Seth. Sorry.
I
Seth.
don't remember him. I was there. I don't remember him being in his uniform.
He
It
was
was the
wearing
polo shirt.
the polo shirt and then
Oh.
the pants. And he had the flashlight in his pocket and his thing on his hip. And he
Yeah,
looked
I'm-
like he was playing the part, you know.
I'm
Oh,
sorry. I try really hard to not look at him. I don't know. He creeps me out. So
I understand. It
Jay,
just
I
looked a
wonder
little
if it, when I was watching that, I was wondering if he was even coming off duty or if he specifically actually decided to wear that uniform specifically for that quote
Well,
unquote
he hadn't
search.
been working. UA, he hadn't been working
no.
since Sebastian went missing. So no way was he on getting off work.
Well, let me tell you, not a lot of people know this either. He actually got in trouble at the searches, in the very beginning searches. I'm talking about the ones that LE was doing. He got in trouble because he was wearing his sheriff outfit.
Oh, yikes. And he isn't even like
Serious?
working.
I'm dead serious. He got in trouble at those
Wow.
searches for wearing his uniform or his little
creepy.
sheriff jacket or whatever. Yeah, they told him you cannot show up in your uniform or your.
Wait a minute, Clue. Did he try to blend in at the command center in that outfit?
Possibly.
Good grief. I mean, if he wasn't there in a Sebastian shirt, but he was there in that outfit, that would be really sus.
Well, he
trying
wouldn't
to
have been.
cover.
He wouldn't have had a Sebastian shirt. I'm talking about in I think it was day number 2. I think it
Oh,
was
got
actually.
you.
Yeah,
Oh.
this was very early on that he got kicked out of the command center.
You're right. That would have been before
Look
the
at what
shirt.
we just see. That's why we got to talk. Look at what we just put together. You said, was it day 2 he was kicked out of the command center? Or do we know?
Are you asking me?
Day 2, but it could have been day 3. It was very early on. I can look back and try and find out that exact day.
So
Yeah,
what-
was it not said that Chris was kicked out of the command center?
No, Seth.
No, it was Seth.
So what you just said, Jay, about him trying to blend in could absolutely be if it was like day two, because I know day
Okay.
Well, so here's why I think it could have been. There were so many law enforcement agencies that came to try to help with this search, right? That I'm pretty sure that his law enforcement agency even came to help, and they probably got there. This would have been day two. It's not like you were just coming off work. So they were probably like, you cannot wear that jacket here. You cannot do that.
Wow. So imagine if he was wearing that when he got kicked out of the command center. I would think that law enforcement's like their radar would go off at that. That's very strange.
And Seth, what about his extra laptop? Did TBI ever get that? There was like a laptop that he destroyed or something. Y'all remember that?
It was a broken phone and a broken laptop.
Oh, barbecue.
There's actually proof of this.
Do
Just
y'all know
an
the
FYI.
Riley Lively story by chance?
Body knows that, Jay, that was in here earlier.
Oh, I need to know the Riley Lively story with that laptop because
Girl, I can tell you, like, he said something about his laptop not working anymore. She said she could fix it. The hard drive or something, it like wouldn't turn on. There was something messed up with the computer, right? She took it, found some stuff on it, turned it in, I believe, to like someone at the Cajun Navy. Girl, I'll email you. This is a hot mess story.
Okay. Well, I don't remember. What the hell were we talking about?
Him dressing up like Deputy Dog.
No, seriously.
The laptop.
Oh,
the
yeah.
laptop.
Damn it. Okay, so the
I just
reason
want to say thank you, Jay, for coming up here and the stuff with you and barbecue. I'll be honest, it kind of made me salty. I was a big fan of yours, and then when you went off on barbecue, I was a little salty about it. And I had done a little YouTube and was razzing you, but seeing you up on here makes me really happy because I am a big fan of yours, and I think we're all on the same side. It's a good thing to be working together. I'm enjoying being up here, so I appreciate
Salty.
your wisdom and what you have to say.
It makes me so happy too, just because like I really know that like what happened between y'all, I think is just a huge, like I said earlier, was just a huge misunderstanding, and y'all really are on the same team, which is Team Sebastian, and getting the right answers.
I see that today. I really do, and I'm so glad that we're able to have these conversations. But
anyway, sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, so no, you're fine. So what's interesting though is I have an old recording. I think Terrelyn put it on private now of her and Seth, and he's going on and on about his laptop while she's playing a video or a recording from Todd Terrell from the Cajun Navy saying he knows where Sebastian's body is, and this man is not like reacting at all. He's reading chat and he's like, yeah, I have a 2016 Star Wars gaming laptop, but, it takes like 20 minutes to load it up. And, they didn't take it because I told them it hadn't worked in 8 months. And I'm like, there's no way they're going to say, okay, Mr. Rogers, since that hasn't worked. Yeah.
I don't give a damn if it's working or not. If they see it, they're going to take it.
Yeah. And then in the next breath, he goes, and there was a computer.
Hold on.
What?
Nope. That's not right. If you notice, all of their electronics, their phones, Sebastian's electronics, everything, they were not obtained by a warrant. They were obtained by, here, have it, go.
Oh, okay.
There were not warrants sought.
So they just followed him home and said, hey, we're going to collect all the electronics. And it was willingly done. So I think he left out that laptop, right? Because that's the same laptop. There's another point to this laptop is that he says in that same thing with Terry Lynn, he says that when Katie divorced him, he got an RO and divorce papers. And he said that he went the next day to the apartment and retrieved his laptop. So he basically admitted that he broke the RO the next day to retrieve this laptop. So he's pretty protective of this laptop, which makes me really sus. So this girl said that she found what on it that made her feel, uncomfortable. Did she say?
It was some stuff that if you were in possession of, you would definitely be going to prison.
Damn.
Yeah, that's crazy. So she was also the one I heard that said that she felt he followed her to her hotel. And he says that in that live with Tara Lynn. He's like, she's claiming I followed her. He's like, I'm not following her. He protests so much in this thing with Terry. It's weird.
I agree. And I can't
So
say
why are they all looking through the
wouldn't-
woods and looking through lakes and all this if Seth thinks that Sebastian is just over at a friend's house playing video games?
Yeah. Or how about he said, if I had the resources, I'd already have him back. What does that mean?
They're getting out of my shower.
money.
Like, I know where he is. I just don't have the resources to go get him. I think that's what he said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds to me like he's just asking for more money. It's just his way of asking for money.
Kind of like how he says, I got to get cleared so I can get more resources.
Anything to not have to go back to work.
I agree with her.
And if it wasn't a pattern before Sebastian went missing, it'd be completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys on TikTok hear anything about Sebastian having a YouTube channel and that video taken from underneath what looks like a porch or a deck or something? Have you guys seen that or heard
Yes.
anything about that?
Yes, but we weren't able to
Yes.
verify it. At least I wasn't.
Okay.
Me neither.
I'm trying to think what else has kind of baffled us, you know. When was the first time that you guys heard of TikTok Tony? Like, when did you see him come on the scene?
Didn't he come on the day at the same night that Pascal?
I think it was May 7th or May 9th. Let me actually.
KP decided they didn't want anything to do with it. He actually had, like, I guess, scoped out some of us that was really talking about the case and actually came and messaged me and asked if he could come on my platform. And he made it sound like that he was doing me a favor by coming on my platform. He'll be like, I'll give you the first interview. I'll come on your platform before I come on anybody else's platform.
He's giving you the exclusive, right?
He was giving me the exclusive. And so I said, let me talk about it, because me and Barbecue was doing everything together, at the time. So, we talked about it. And during the time of us talking about it, he went on Chasing M's and did one with them. And then we allowed him to come over to ours. And then we got some advice to steer clear of him, not to have him up on your panel.
It was Friday, May 10th.
So right around Mother's Day. That was when I first started hearing about him too.
I know someone in the chat can confirm this, but Jay, have you heard that he was sending videos to people of Caleb Harris in the drain?
I did hear that. I saw him deny that.
Well, I mean, there's people in this chat that received
I've seen
those
that.
videos, and I think
That's true.
one member
It's
or a couple
definitely
member
true.
on the panel has, you know,
You guys-
I
Even
have also
Body,
seen
even
it
Body
firsthand.
verified it. Yep.
Yeah.
That is disgusting. How did he get that? Do you guys know how he even got it? Did like Randy trust him with that?
I don't think Randy trusted him. And I say that because Randy and them had started to distance, Randy's family had started to distance themselves from Tony. Didn't really paint, their family in a good light. So I think that
The story that I heard was that they.
I'm unmuting my phone for you guys.
This group chat or group page, and somebody anonymously put it into the group page, but Tony was the only one who knew, as the admin of the page, who this anonymous person was, and that he leaked that information out so that other people could get a hold of this picture.
He leaked that information out so that other people could get a hold of this picture. So it's my understanding that he didn't necessarily give the photo out per se, but he gave them the means to get it, if that makes sense.
he was the admin at the Harley Morris case and Facebook group and was trying to pick up that case to be their spokesperson as well.
I just want to show this. Obviously, it's not the video because I'm not going to show that. But this is the video that Tony sent. It says Tony Mathis at the top. The text right underneath of it was June 29th. What day was Caleb found?
Caleb was found, I'm not sure of the date.
I can't remember offhand either.
Anybody? I'm sure someone in the chat knows. June 29th? June 27th? Well, I mean, I didn't make this up. But this is the video that Tony sent.
June 19th he was found.
So sometime, I don't know the actual date of this.
Have you guys ever been creeped out that, hard similarities, the no shoes, disappearing in the middle of the night, they're avid fishermen. Has it ever crossed your mind?
About going fishing.
Yeah, it has crossed my mind.
I think it's crossed a lot of people's minds.
It's really odd.
Barbecue, I gotta drop real quick. I'll come back up in a second.
Pushing me in the other direction. They're making me. If it wasn't for this whole thing from the get go of them trying to control the narrative, I wouldn't have been looking so hard at Seth. And the more that they try and control the way I think and feel,
And the more that they try and control the way I think and feel, the more they look guilty to me. Yeah, it's just
Lily, get down.
pin it all on her. And who is the framer of any crime? The person who's trying to frame somebody is the one who committed the crime. He's just pointing the finger way too hard. He's trying too hard to go after her instead of actually trying to find Sebastian. And that's a huge red flag to me. This poor child, there's no doubt in my mind he had to choose between these two parents because of Seth. Seth, no doubt, made this child try and choose between the two of them. I'm convinced of it because of the way he behaves, because he's tried to make all of us choose. And the fact that he's tried to make all of us choose makes ever have to choose between two parents like that. Parental alienation is a very big problem in our country, in the world in general. Just after divorce, it sucks.
And especially for Sebastian, because he didn't have any friends outside of his family, you know?
Well, that's why it makes me sick to see Seth sitting there with Bullhorn Betty just to get a jab at his ex-wife instead of, not putting a further wedge there. It's sick.
Yeah, exactly. It is. And then he goes on that interview with the mainstream media saying we're supposed to be a team, and instead she's going after somebody who's trying to help. Bullhorn Betty isn't trying to help. She's done nothing but harass and stalk and cause problems.
She called his child defective, and he sits next to her. And he sits next to her. I just think that Seth is more concerned with Katie and some kind of revenge than he is Sebastian. And that's what's bothered me all along.
I agree with you. I'm right there with you. And the fact that he is more revenge against Katie makes me wonder if he's done something to Sebastian in an act of revenge to Katie.
Right. And maybe it went too far, Now, do you guys know anything about CPS in this case? What have you guys heard of the CPS reports, or what have you not, have you heard anything?
I knew
2 weeks before that Seth had a CPS against him.
What we would like to know is what led to those cease and desists being sent out by Seth. What was that big secret that was needing to be kept?
The CPS reports that were made 2 weeks before Sebastian went missing. That got leaked and then
it's
went
more than that.
The 2 a.m. girls, if you guys remember, they said on one of their lives that one person took something from Seth.
Is that what they said?
Yeah.
Yep.
What, Michaela? Did T-Rev take Michaela?
We don't know.
Well, hear me out on this one, right? So the cease and desist, PI Chloe, who was volunteering, I don't know if you guys know Chloe, she's on X. She was volunteering, and she was wanting to run background checks on the people he was bringing in from Tony's side, like that Nina Glass and all these people. And he was pissed, saying she wants to run background checks, and, where you should be happy that your PI that's free is, going the extra mile to make sure everybody's on the up and up who's out searching for your son, But that was a big thing with her, was that she wanted to run background checks, and he was not having it.
But there's still something was, and no one can give us an answer that there was a big reason why these were sent out, and they were sent out to these specific people. And think about the people that they were sent to. Mm-hmm. And then the 2 a.m. girls did 100% tell Barbecue and I on a phone call that it was because something was taken from the house, and we don't know what it was. We don't know if it was it the laptop, was it a phone?
Oh, I know what you're
Was it
talking about.
paperwork? What was
I
it?
heard this. Okay, so I heard, and I think it came from Terry Lynn, that Michaela was staying at Seth's, and that when he was sleeping, she went in his phone and she's like either sent the CPS, whatever he had, to herself, or she screenshotted it or something. But that she had gotten that whatever he got from CPS.
And we have said that it had something to do with that CPS. So what was in that so bad that you went to all the trouble to send all these people a cease and desist?
So Tammy, hear me out with this. So if we think about, like, if Seth had CPS called on him, right? We know from Chris and Seth that they were working, Chris was working on Katie to try to convince her to move in, him to move in with Seth, right? To let him go. Now, I don't know if Chris was just appeasing Seth or if it was really to fruition. Well, let's say CPS gets called and it's on Seth, and it's something where it's going to stop him from being able to get Sebastian. Right? Because if he has Sebastian, he gets to see Katie.
Yeah.
So, like, what if the CPS thing kind of put a halt to his plan? Like, oh shit, now I can't get custody of my son. And then
those was because they had been tipped off, and one, those are, you know, he would have gotten, I think he would have gotten arrested for releasing them because they were, you know, sealed, yeah. But he did have access to them simply because he was Sebastian's father. So it makes me wonder, you know, and I can ask somebody that would know, but I'm just wondering, like, why he was so anxious to release those CPS documents, or was it just a way for them to get on Pascal again, you know? But I do know that he had CPS documents.
I feel like it was something major in those documents that he did not. I feel like it was something major in those documents that he did not need to be released. He did
you guys remember he said, oh, they were all redacted.
Yeah, bullshit.
They weren't.
I don't think so either.
In my opinion, and I don't obviously know this to be factual, so this is just my opinion. I think that Sebastian, I think Sebastian went to school and told them something about Seth. And I also find that, and I believe in Katie's thing that she filed with the court saying that Seth used to come home from work and just strip down and walk around butt booty.
Yeah, that is so disturbing. Do you remember when, what was her name? The friend of Katie's from the military came out. I can't remember her name. Carly, maybe? He called her Aunt. What was her name? Aunt. What the hell? I know chat will know. But anyways, that lady came out and did an interview. And she knew Katie from when she was in the military.
I know who you're talking about.
You remember that? Out in California, and she said that
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Aunt Gabby, that was her name. So anyway, she said that she was hanging out with Katie. They went back to Katie and Seth's apartment, and they were going to go swimming. So they were going to take Sebastian swimming, and Katie actually had to go inside the apartment to make sure that Seth was dressed. Or to tell him he was to get dressed so that Gabby could come in. And then they went to the pool. And Seth came out pissed off and yanked Sebastian out by his arms and was pissed off about him swim. I can't remember what he was pissed off about, but I remember that
he wasn't supposed to go swimming, if I remember correctly.
Was he in trouble with Seth or something?
Yeah, I think he was in trouble.
Yeah, that's what I kind of remember too.
Which
I mean,
makes
how
me wonder
embarrassing.
when he wasn't in trouble with Seth.
I know, and that is out of control. Being
Unless it
freaking
was
nude in
convenient
front of
for
your
Seth.
child. That's like abuse right there. Like, you don't, as a grown ass man, walk around nude in front of your child all day.
Or woman.
Yeah, that was like a
I'm
totally
girl, it
different
doesn't matter if we're
time.
the same.
Well, no,
We're
I'm
all
saying him in
girls.
particular. Like,
No,
but yeah,
the people in the
no, in
chat, they're
general, though, like,
talking
that's just-
about
Go
they're
ahead.
talking about 2016. A lot of the people in the chat are talking about when he didn't clean his room and
Yeah.
he smacked him in the head. That was a totally different time. That was from 2016 before the divorce.
Yeah,
I
that was
could've
a different incident.
yeah, I could have sworn
Yeah.
this pool incident, he was maybe 5 or 6.
Yeah,
was
what you're talking
little.
about is a different pool incident. Yeah.
I'm going to send a clip to my iPad that we're going to listen to real fast. It's going to take me about 30 seconds to do it, but
Okay.
I sent this to
That whole story, though, in 2016, he changed that story up like 3 times. The paperwork was different from what he said on Pascal's show. Was
Absolutely.
different from what I think he said. I think he said something about it again on Justin's show or something, if I remember correctly.
And do you guys ever get the feeling that Tony
Show
almost
or
like
something, if I remember
puts him on
correctly.
blast sometimes?
And do you
Like-
guys ever get the feeling that Tony almost like puts him on blast sometimes? Like, purposely? It's weird. Like, why would Tony go on? I saw him on TikTok the day of Pascal's live. Yeah, Seth got, I don't know how many cases. Like, he made it sound like he got this abundance of paperwork. And he's like, yeah, we're going to touch on it on Pascal tonight. Well, then there's like thousands of people waiting. And then he's like, oh, they were redacted. And my lawyer called and said, I can't release them. Well, no, you can't.
Couldn't release them because CPS had been given a heads up that if he did release them, he was gonna face consequences for
Yeah,
that.
it's
That's why
illegal.
they didn't. That's why they didn't. Because I think SF even tweeted about it, but yeah.
Do you think they ever planned on even releasing anything, or was that a whole ploy just to get everybody over?
I think it was clickbait.
Me too, 100%.
I think part of them had considered. I think they were part of them had considered releasing them, but then when the authorities got wind that they were going to be released, they obviously decided not to.
Yeah.
I want to play this real quick.
What's Astro Freeze? What are you eating?
Freeze dried candy.
I've never had that shit.
I mean, you got my phone number.
I've heard it's really good though. All right, what you got for us?
Hopefully it plays.
Lisa, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate you.
We're live on my YouTube too, and everybody says thank you, and they're really appreciative that we're having this conversation. Barbecue's getting a bunch of love over there. Everybody's happy that we've communicated. So we are all definitely on the same page.
Very cool.
And you know
See,
what
I
love
knew
the
I
most?
liked you.
I know, I knew I liked y'all too. But you know what I love the most is that this really does, Tony doesn't like this right here. He does not like this. And that's why I love it so much more. And if you're listening, Tony, fuck you. God, that guy's, he makes my skin crawl.
Okay, I don't know why I can't get this to play, but just bear with me. Go ahead and keep talking until I figure it out.
Also, Tony, can I make a recommendation that you should probably not send pictures of your daughter in a bikini by herself to grown men?
What?
All right, I got it.
He really
I said
did
what I
that?
said, Jay.
I heard about that.
Especially when she's like
my
15,
God.
14 or 15 years old.
That is just painful.
All right, I got it. So everybody's going to have to mute because it's like kind of like
Okay.
low. Son of a bitch. Hold on, let me reload it. I don't have a great speaker. It's gonna, oh, I see what's going on. Let me turn my Wi-Fi on to this. I'm trying to put it right by the phone so we can hear it. Shut up, Banjo. It's loading. Just give it a second.
I love it.
Oh, that's Banjo. He's an asshole. I think as it's 9 minutes long, it just takes a second to load. Plus, like, I'm not logged into Facebook on my iPad, so it's just thinking right now, but it'll get there.
That up, Jay. I think we need to go through every Uncle Taco.
Oh,
Because
Lord.
the things that like you were playing on Vault XL that night with Uncle Taco, I'm gonna go back and timestamp it, but then I'm also gonna listen to him on T-Rev. But some of the things that Seth said in the background and like talking about how Seth was on the phone with him the whole time when he was on T-Rev. I just thought that's so odd to me. Like,
that whole thing, when we replayed it, creeped me out. I'm not gonna lie. That whole call, when they got Seth on and everything, just the way they were acting, I got some really
Are you guys ready?
vibes.
Shut up.
yeah, I'm ready.
All right, so this is what the interview is. Okay, it's this interview. I'm going to just put it right by the speaker so we can hear it as best as we can.
Tickle.
Same as I was yesterday. Just continuing the search, continue looking. I'm not going to give up. Nobody can make me give up.
And where have you been searching? Where do you think he is?
I've been searching everywhere. I mean, anything out of that 5 mile radius that the initial search did, they covered everything there. But there's stuff elsewhere. I mean, we got a lot of territory to cover. And it being over a month, he could be anywhere currently. So I'm searching everywhere.
You, Katie, and Chris had a meeting with TBI today. Did you find out any new information?
Not that I can discuss.
Any progression that might show hope in this search?
Oh, I always have hope. Can't take that away from me.
And how confident are you that Sebastian is alive, and what do you think he's doing right now?
Pretty sure he's probably playing video games somewhere. Nobody's letting him, whoever's got him, they're not letting him see the regular news. They're not letting him surf the internet. Or else he'd know that I'm looking for him. And he'd know that he should actually be trying to get a hold of me. And that keeps me going.
Is there a strong reason to believe he may have been abducted?
I don't know if he's been abducted or if he's just, over at a friend's house. Never know. But I'll know when I find him. I'll know exactly what has happened to him.
And other news outlets were reporting that there were lights seen in the backyard that were caught on camera by a neighbor's video. Is that true?
No. What that was a trash truck. Went through, picked up trash, and when it left, of course it went faster. It didn't have to stop to pick up trash.
Shut up.
That's just false information provided by a particular person.
Did the dogs ever pick up a scent for Sebastian?
From my information that I've been given, no.
Did they find anything on Sebastian's cell phone that would, kind of show that he was going to run away or where he might be?
Not that I know of. He didn't have any internet access or anything on there. He'd have been able to call, text, take a picture, send a picture, use the calculator. That's about it.
Was Sebastian in school on Friday, the day before he went missing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you, Chris, or Katie, or any of you suspects in this case?
We're not.
Have you been cleared?
I don't know. The investigation is still ongoing. We wouldn't be cleared until the investigation is done. But currently, from my understanding, they don't have any information that would attach us to any wrongdoing.
CPS has gone to Katie's house before. You didn't know about that until this investigation. How does that make you feel?
That somebody somewhere dropped the ball because I was never informed. And I'm the biological father. I have joint legal, joint physical custody. Somebody dropped the ball and didn't reach out and inform the father, which is me. And I don't understand why the state dropped the ball on that one.
And how did you find out about CPS?
Podcast.
I'm here, y'all.
And I mean, does that concern you, especially with this case, that they might have done something to cause him to run away?
I don't know what that really means, but I just know that I don't have all the information.
Is there an official timeline? And I know people, there was, we went to bed at this hour, but does TBI or anyone have an official timeline as to the series of events?
I'm pretty sure they do, but I'm not involved in the investigation, so I wouldn't have it.
Have the three of you been in contact every day like you were several weeks ago about this?
I was in contact with both Kitty and Chris today, but I've heard he said his phone is open and available. So was mine. You can leave a voicemail. Like 7 or 8 people have already left me voicemails today. I'm going. I get people calling me while I'm on the phone, and it's like, I can't just sit there and answer the phone for everybody. If I did that, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of my house.
There's been a lot of criticism over this investigation. I'm sure you've received criticism as well as the Proudfoots. How does that make you feel in a time where you're just trying to find your son?
People are being, that goes back to those keyboard warriors I talked about on the first interview that you and I had. They're still at it. They'll never stop. There's cowards in this world, and then there's people who are go-getters. My feet, they're on the ground. They're never going to leave the ground. I'm going to find my son. Period.
And plans, today on moving forward, any more resources being used on this investigation or anything you have to say about that?
The United Cajun Navy is currently sitting down there right now at 90 Volunteer Drive in Hendersonville. 10:30. That's when volunteers need to show up. 10:30. Show up, have your ID, sign the paperwork, and they send people out in teams. When you show up, there ain't nobody there except for a couple people. That's because they've already sent teams out. They're just going to keep sending teams out until we can find my son.
Have there been a lot of volunteers coming out to help find Sebastian?
Today there was, and I want to thank everybody who did come out. We're seeing an increase, and we're going to continue to see an increase. I'd like the whole state of Tennessee to volunteer, and then we'll hit other states.
And you're Sebastian's father. Tell me, what is Sebastian like?
He's a unique child, all right? It's really hard to describe my son. Besides being unique. Whether he's up to no good or he's up to good, he's just got that uniqueness about him. It's really hard to describe. He's my mini-me. If he has a goal, he's going to accomplish that goal. People at school, they liked him. All the kids are wanting to know when he's going to come back. They want to help and volunteer. Teachers are they're putting out prayers every day. Everybody, it's coming up. It's Easter. I'm hoping for an Easter miracle. I could definitely use it in my life right now.
And why did they search the landfill?
I have no idea. They not part of the investigation. They're not going to tell me stuff. I am emotionally attached, as any parent should be.
And how often do you meet with TBI?
If I call them all the time. Call, text, hey, any new news? They either let me know or they let me know.
Are you happy with the work that all these agencies have done, or do you think there needs to be more?
There could probably always be more. We just got to figure out what more is necessary. Am I happy with them? I'm not unhappy. But you asked me that after my son's back, and it's going to be, I'm happy. All right? Because in law enforcement, it's always goal-oriented, you know? Go to work, put a smile on your face, get the job done. I know that they're putting their effort, 150% effort into this. And I appreciate that. And I'm hoping it will pay off with fruition.
Do you think Katie and Chris are suspects?
I have no idea.
Sebastian's been missing for more than a month now. What keeps you getting up every morning, going out and searching for him?
Being a dad, having perseverance, wanting him to come home, wanting to watch him finish growing up.
Do you wear this every day? Talk to me about this shirt.
This right here is my own billboard to find my son. People notice people. People notice what people are wearing. So I am a walking handout. I have these in my car.
How do you select that photo? It's so cute.
Because it's cute. It's got a smile. It's the last picture I took of him.
Girl, I have never heard that entire thing.
You never heard the whole thing?
Never heard that entire thing like that. No.
Very telling, isn't it?
I feel like
Wow.
I've heard bits and pieces of that, but never that long of one. And everyone in my chat is saying the same thing. Dude, I know, but I don't feel like we've ever heard that long of one. That was crazy.
We're
to me.
all
Like,
the
we've
ADD
seen him
people over
standing
here.
there. We've seen him standing there, with his arm movements and all that, but that seemed super long compared to what we've seen.
It was 9 minutes.
Damn, girl. I don't think I've seen that one. That was crazy.
I got to give credit to our mods who found this whole video. I cannot take credit for that.
I really feel like you guys have like the raw, like the extended version that they didn't clip down for, different newscasts. Interesting. The last picture I took of him, and then so someone in my chat said he slipped up. Now, I don't know if you want to play this part again. Let me go back to it. He slipped up and said, about Sebastian watching the news.
Yep.
The
Yep.
person
He had to
yelling-
correct himself.
He corrected himself and said something about, I don't remember, like he's not watching it, and then
They're not
him watch
allowing
TV.
him.
Well, whoever
They're
it
not
is, they're
allowing him to
probably
watch
not
the
letting him.
news. Because if they were allowing him to watch the news, then he would know that he was looking for him.
He was so confident. When he said, he probably at a friend's house playing video games, I was like, that man knows exactly where his kid is at. From that moment
He's so
on, everything he
flippantly-
said sounded like he knew.
Yeah, he so flippantly said too, oh, maybe he's at a friend's house. You never know.
He said it twice. He said
And
it
who's the
twice. You
friend?
were so right.
Who's the friend we've heard of? Taco. Bing bong.
Uh-huh.
And you know what's
Uh-huh.
creepy about Taco, you guys? Is that he came on my panel and we talked, him and me and his wife, Michelle. And then he started texting me on my Google line, because we were texting after the call, we were going to have him on again. Well, I didn't hear from him for like 6 days. And he texts me out of the blue and he goes, I feel like we've met somewhere before. Are you in Tampa or Clearwater? And I said, don't you ever fucking contact me again. And I blocked his ass. I'm like, nuh-uh, not this guy. So I thought that was really weird. And then he just recently popped up in chats again on YouTube. Yes, barbecue lady. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Isn't that weird?
It's so
my God.
weird, guys.
Creepy.
Yes,
Yeah.
I can't. And then someone sent me a screenshot of Seth's necklace that, the one he wears. Do they have like matching necklaces or something? I don't know.
Let me play that one part again. I got it to load, but
I also heard he told Taco to stay out of
Katie and Chris
chat.
had a meeting with TBI today. Did you find out any new information?
Not that I can discuss.
hold on, it's reloading. Go ahead. Who is this picture of?
There was someone that was at Uncle Taco's house. It was in
Yeah.
the back, it was in the background when Uncle Taco was doing the interview. This person was in the background.
Petting the dog.
That's not his wife, though.
No, his wife is
How are you feeling
a
today?
little heavier.
Same as I was yesterday.
Let's listen to this mute
continuing
1
the
second.
search.
I just want to re-listen to that
Continue
one
looking.
part.
Not gonna give up. Nobody can make me give up.
And where have you been searching? Where do you think he is?
I've been searching everywhere. I mean, anything out of that 5 mile radius that the initial search did, they covered everything there. But there's stuff elsewhere. I mean, we got a lot of territory to cover. And it being over a month, he could be anywhere currently. So I'm searching everywhere.
You, Katie, and Chris had a meeting with TBI today. Did you find out any new information?
Let me rewind it.
Not that I can discuss.
Or no, it was past it. Hold on.
Any progression that might show hope in this search?
Oh, I always have hope. Can't take that away from me.
And how confident are you that Sebastian is alive, and what do you think he's doing right now?
Pretty sure he's probably playing video games somewhere. Nobody's letting him, whoever's got him, they're not letting him see the regular news. They're not letting him surf the internet. Or else he'd know that I'm looking for him. And he'd know that he should actually be trying to get a hold of me.
All right.
Like,
You guys can unmute.
Y'all, okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Tina, go ahead.
Okay, what I was going to say is going to sound like it's coming out of a Lifetime movie, but I want to go back to Tony. Okay, if you think about it, Tony was, when the Idaho 4 case came up, Tony went to Idaho, okay, with his drones, whatever he was doing, that didn't pan out for him. He didn't get the attention that he needed. And so then we go to Caleb Harris, and he becomes friends with his dad, and he's looking and doing all that kind of stuff. And then they ask him to step away, or they were going to step away. And then we have Sebastian, and he's inserted himself, and he's the spokesperson. And why does Seth not get rid of Tony for the bullshit and everything that we see and that he's doing, and he's not an upstanding guy or whatever. Okay, you went from a big equipment salesperson to looking for missing people all of a sudden. I don't trust him. I just think it's weird that he is in every one of these cases. I think it's strange. I don't know what the deal is. Somebody said he's helping or whatever.
I'm with you, girl. I am 100%
I find
with
it
you.
odd, all 3 cases that he has inserted himself. I mean, that's just strange to me.
Huge
Okay.
red flag. But I don't think Seth is
I-
a victim either, because he made it very clear that he has no issue firing people. And he also made it very clear that Tony is a good boy and listens to everything he's told to do, which makes me think shit rolls downhill and Seth is at the head of that hill.
Right. It's just weird. It's strange. I don't know. And Tony's been in my lives before in the beginning. And I mean, I thought he was a good guy, okay, or whatever. We all gave him the benefit of the doubt, but it's just crazy. And then you go into it now, and I feel like that I'm going to say this. Come at me if you want to. I mean, I can just delete and be gone for a day or two, and it will pass. I feel like that Seth knows where Sebastian's at. I think that he has confided in Tony, And I feel like that for some reason, Bullhorn Betty knows. I think that's a fucking trio. I think they're all in on it. I think it's gone too far, and everybody knows they're going to be in trouble. They're going to go to jail. There's going to be
Crime
problems.
Tiger. Do you think that Tony could be blackmailing Seth?
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah.
I think it's mutual. I think they have enough dirt on each other. They know that they're both doing some criminal stuff.
Gotcha.
That they're
Yeah.
holding it over each other's head, and it's kind of forcing them to like continue to go down that path that they're already on.
Well,
Yeah,
that is
I
Tony's
agree.
MO. Collect dirt on your friends and then hold it over their head to control them.
I agree either way whatsoever, but I just feel like that the three of those, that little trio, they're sticking together. I think that Seth said too much to Tony, and it's been released to Blowhorn Betty or whatever, and I just feel like that's just, they're going to stick together because, I mean, I do. But I just think
It's too far now.
yeah, I just think it's weird that Tony's involved in all of it, or tried to insert himself in all of these cases. I mean,
Did you guys know that he actually called Shannon Gray, the Gonsalves family attorney?
oh
He
wow.
said it, my dog was being an asshole.
Tony reached out to freaking Shannon Gray, the attorney for the Gonsalves family.
Yes, I knew that.
And then he went there and posed with Brian Ensign and took his drone
Oh
footage.
yeah, I saw that.
And he told that big fat story about how his family was visiting and he just didn't have anything else to do. So he drove over 3 hours to Moscow, Idaho. And if you see that picture of him and Brian Enton looks creeped out.
Oh yeah, he did. I looked at that last night. Yeah, he did.
I feel like they've all drank the Tony Kool-Aid so much so that they will stand 100 on anything he says and does. That whole little group over there, so much that they had a guy that was pretending to be an attorney for months and months and months, and come to find out, Tony and his 2 a.m. girls knew that this guy was not an attorney. Salty is the one who actually found the proof that this Delta guy was not an attorney and called him out, and they knew that he wasn't. Chase, Ocean, all of them over there, Tony, they all knew that he was not an attorney and still sat there and let him be on their panel and pretend to be an attorney. And will still to this day let him be up on the panel.
Cajun. And then after that, him and Cajun together with the help of some other girl sent
Tiffany.
diapers to Christopher.
Tiffany.
Yeah.
And they're laughing about it on their platform while putting a picture of Sebastian up behind them. Like just pure gross, nasty scum. Sorry.
This is
Not
so
sorry.
weird.
Yeah, I just think Tony with
I
the
have
2
never
a.m.
seen-
girls. I just think Tony with the 2 a.m. girls have helped them out financially and certain things, and everybody's being quiet, and one has something on the other, and because I got a horrible message the other night from one of the 2 a.m. girls, and yeah, I just feel like it's all they're protecting one another, but I just really feel like Tony would, in all three cases, that's just weird and it's crazy. And
I just wanted to tell you guys too, and I'm on like no sleep till Brooklyn. I got a text from my biological mother today,
oh wow.
and it was about Delta.
What? The repo guy?
Yeah, Delta, the fake attorney.
Yeah. He's not a good dude.
My
What did she say?
biological
Bad news.
My biological mom blocked Chase, Ocean, Cajun, and she said that Delta reached out to her.
And,
I mean, I could pull the screenshot up.
or you could just kind of just tell us if you don't want to
video today. I was like, okay. He's like, I'll run in. He's like, I bet we'll be running into each other soon. I said, I doubt it. I don't run. I was like, okay. He's like, I'll run in. He's like, I bet we'll be running into each other soon. I said, I doubt it. I don't run.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, that's disturbing because I've seen that guy's. I know who that guy is, and I've seen his criminal history, and it's scary. He's not a good dude, guys.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's
And I don't mean harmless either.
For people. The people that were friends with him, them rather, went to barbecue, like, sought barbecue's biological mom out and brought her up on panel.
That's some deep shit, man. I mean, what? Why? How did it get to that level?
Says, I don't know who that Delta person, but he's trying to get me to come into his live to take you down.
Me?
I refuse.
No, this is Delta, like her mom.
No, this is
Barbecue's mom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry.
What does it say? Because it's too small to read.
I'm trying to read it.
Oh.
It says, I don't know who that Delta person, but he's trying to get me to come into his live to take you down. I refuse to be involved with the bullshit that they created. Just letting you know, I don't know, it's a typo. I'm blocking accounts that they're trying. What the fuck? Just letting you know.
Listen, Mrs. Jones's wife is in my chat on YouTube. The co-worker's wife. She says, Mrs. Jones is in chat. What crap are y'all spreading about my husband? So Mrs. Jones, I just want to say we're not spreading anything other than what has been said on YouTube today and what Terry Lynch said, that you were in her chat and you stated that Seth Rogers was not on camera for 2 hours during his shift that night. And then it's going around that your husband is being investigated. So do you want to clear this up? Because
For time clock modification.
I don't know where that came from, Mrs. Jones, but we would love to clarify this shit.
Right, word on the street.
Because Terry Lynn was the one that put it on you, Mrs. Jones.
Mrs. Jones.
I mean, no, for real though. I mean, if that's supposed to be your friend Terry Lynn, she's the one that fully put out there that you were the one that was in her chat, and that's where that information about Seth came from.
I just want to know.
And binoculars.
I want to know. I just want to know why her husband stood side by Seth Rogers in the beginning and said he was never going to leave Seth's side, that he was his friend and he needed his friends and he trusted in him. Where's he been?
Barbecue, do you see that Riley Lively's trying to come up?
Oh,
Get
shit,
down.
you got Riley Lively?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Riley Lively, I've been wanting to hear from her for a long time.
Hi, Riley. I know that you sent me like 17 messages and I couldn't click out and read them all, but go ahead.
Hey, I'm like in the middle
Hi.
of like a hurricane right now in New Orleans, and I'm currently gluing on fake nails. But yeah, I texted you back and I was like, I can't really go live right now because there's like a hurricane, but now I'm like, well, I got a minute. So the kids are kind of calmed down. So
I think that your name was just brought up in this conversation because we were talking about possibly like something about a laptop, and I
laptop or anything at all was March 30th. Yes. And I think I was there in Hendersonville that day. Yes.
And I think I was there
two women who
in
were
Hendersonville
there before me
that day.
with Skip
Now
from
there was
United
two
Cajun
women
Navy,
who were there
and they had actually
before
set up
me
stuff for Riley
with
Strain.
Skip from
And
United Cajun
their
Navy,
names were
and they had actually set up stuff
B
for
and A.
Riley Strain, and their names were
B and A, Riley.
huh? DNA.
B that were on the live stream with you for Riley when they found the debit card.
No, oh, they went up there. They met me in Hendersonville. We went searching for a day. They came up.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was just
No.
clarifying that too. You're
The
talking
two
about.
women I'm referring to that were helping with like flyers and stuff and all that, like in general, pretty much they did the sign up like they were volunteering. They ended up volunteering like United Cajun Navy. They it was, I believe her name was Jennifer and Vanessa. So I was in contact with them and Skip before I even got up there to Hendersonville. And so Vanessa had sent me like screenshots from the Facebook group, United Cajun Navy Facebook group. And some of them were like accusing me of like murdering Riley Strain and stuff. Like, I'm not even kidding. It was just bizarre stuff she sent me. But in one of the screenshots, it was something about accusing Vanessa. I didn't think anything of it. It's not like I got stuck on a laptop. You know what I mean? I'm trying to help with a kid. So then the next time I was only there for like a few days. One morning, it was the morning after the guy drove by threatening us in the truck at the gas station. Skip had called Vanessa to tell her about it and see like, hey, you ever seen this type of truck before? Because it was a very distinctive truck. And he had her on speakerphone. And then she said, or him and her were talking about a laptop. I think I might have been on the phone with Todd or Kevin from United Cajun Navy at that point. Something about, I know Skip was like, I know TBI wants to find this. I want to try and figure out where it is so I can tell them, something like that. Okay. But I don't know what they're doing. So anyways, fast forward, I go search all that. I met Seth briefly. One day he had came by, I believe it was after like a meeting with the police or something like that. He had stopped by where we were set up there for the flyers and all that. And I met him briefly. I was like, hey, what's up? I'm Riley, nice to meet you. He's like, I'm, Seth, nice to meet you. And that was it. So I actually ended up speaking with Chris Proudfoot either 2 or 3 weeks ago. And again, I haven't put any of this online. I told him too, like, I don't care to put our conversation out there. You know what I mean? I've been helping more behind the scenes than anything recently with different cases. So we talked about a bunch of stuff, some things I didn't even know, which I found interesting for Sebastian. But he had said to me towards the end of the conversation, there is something I need to ask you though. I said, okay, what is it? Like what the way he toned it, I'm like, oh God, what is it now? And he goes, I'm curious, did you take Seth's laptop when you were in Tennessee? I said, what? Did I take his laptop? I was like, where did you hear this from? Now he told me who told him, and I'm not going to put that out there. I'm just whatever. And I said, why would I? Why? Like, I have 2 kids. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
wow.
Bing bang.
Number 1. Number 2, I was never in anyone's home or around anyone's personal belongings but my own in my hotel room. So I have no idea. I only met him literally briefly in a parking lot, surrounded by like 20 other people. So I have no idea about, I don't even know where it was for it to be taken from. Does that make sense? So if there was a laptop of his that's missing, I have no idea. Now, when I said I was stepping away and that I wasn't going to, be with United Cajun Navy anymore, and Todd and I had a they were all cool with it, whatever. Well, I remember when the press conference happened where the sheriff got up there and he's like, we're not aware of any threats that have been made. And I'm like, what? Number one, I was on the phone with the Sumner County Sheriff's Officer, who I then emailed afterwards per our conversation, which I have all the emails and everything. And the Nashville police also received stuff. So anyways, I called Kevin, he's done different interviews too for United Cajun Navy. And I'm texting him. I called him, but then we ended up texting. And I can send you those screenshots too. And I was like, well, you should contact Skip and get his call records, for the calls. And he goes, no, none of us are having any contact with him right now. Skip, not Seth. And I said, okay, well, do you want me to call him? Something like that. I'll pull it up and send it to you. And he goes, no, don't contact him. Like I knew something happened, but I knew Skip was like mad about something. Something happened, okay? And they were like, don't contact him at all. Don't have any communication. Well, Skip has my $1,500 DSLR camera that he said he would mail to me. And I've yet to be able to get in contact with him successfully. He doesn't return texts, doesn't return calls, nothing. And I had his cousin's number too, because she was also local. I haven't heard anything back from her either. So
everybody wants to know who is Skip.
Skip, he volunteered with the United Cajun Navy when Riley Strain was missing, brought his boat over there. Then he drove over to Hendersonville to help with Sebastian Rogers. So, yeah.
All right. Well, I just wanted clarification.
No. What have you heard about a laptop though? I'm curious. Like what?
I just heard that there was a laptop, that it was broken, and then someone said that maybe you might have offered to fix it or something like that.
I'm definitely not that tech savvy at all.
No, I just wanted to clarify. I appreciate you coming on.
No,
clarifying.
But Raleigh, didn't somebody break into your hotel room while you were there?
I don't know for sure. Now with the hotel, I was in contact with them, and there was some weird shit that happened. And I'm not gonna lie, there's some weird shit that happened. So yeah, I mean, I think someone was definitely looking for stuff. I mean, I don't know why. I don't see any, there was a metal hook device, somewhat bent metal, if you guys ever see them, you can Google like metal hook hotel room burglary and it'll pop up on like Google Images. It's almost like a tool they use to go up under the door to pull the handle down. It looked like part of it was left on my floor in my hotel.
Weird. So did you say at any point that you felt like you were followed? Because I heard that as well.
Oh, we were. No, we 100% were. So there was an evening, and I can get the dates and all that. Now that was all reported to the police. Nashville Police Department, because this happened in Nashville. We were staying at a hotel in Nashville. It was late in the evening, or it was after dinner, and me, Skip, and United Cajun Navy flew up security with me from New Orleans, personal security guard. So after dinner, Skip and I were talking. I was like, dude, I really want to go get some snacks. And again, I didn't have a car. He had his. And he was like, oh, I want some snacks too. So we'll drive to the gas station. We drove to the gas station. This is exactly what happened that night. Getting snacks. He checks out his snacks and the guy leaves. Well, then Skip checks out his snacks and then I'm checking out while Skip's waiting for me like 5 feet away. And the motion activator, the door's open. For me, like 5 feet away. And the motion activator, the door's open. And there's a truck, and it's like a 90s greenish blue, but more green color. And the front end is a primered silver, and then the rims are like spray paint blue. And the guy has his window down, and he yells a threat while making complete eye contact at me. Stop right there, perpendicular. And I said, And then he hits the gas. I said, did you see that? And Skip goes, that was for us? I said, fuck yeah. He was staring straight at us, pointing. Like, that was, hell yeah. So he drives off and he goes, hurry up, let's go. I walk out and I'm like, come back here. I'm waving at the fucking truck, like, come back and say it to my face. You know, the guy's tearing off. I get in the passenger side. Skip starts driving. We get behind him. He's got no license plate. I'm like, fuck, there's no license plate. But then we realized the guy had it tucked behind, like in the window. Well, allegedly, the license plate came back to a different vehicle, so it was a stolen license plate anyways. But, yeah, that all got reported. And Skip, you know, I wasn't there to witness any of these, but Skip had some instances where I think one man came directly at him in the hotel in Hendersonville, pretty much like telling him to fucking leave and stop looking. And then he alleged that at one point, too, he was outside by a tree by his car before I flew there. And he said some female had called him on a number, like a fake number, and said, something along the lines of, we're gonna effing kill you. And I see you by that effing tree.
Say that on here.
Huh?
I can't say that here.
Sorry, on a live. And something like, I see you by that effing tree. So he told all that to not only Sumner County, but he also was in contact with TBI, and then also TBI that was on Riley Strain's case too, because I was sitting next to him when he ended up was on the phone with like Riley Strain's dad talking to him. So, yeah.
So did you ever have you never saw Seth's laptop then?
No, there wouldn't even be an opportunity for me to see it.
Okay.
I briefly met him one time.
Because that was a big story that you found something inappropriate.
The only thing I can think of would be when I think it was when I met him. Afterwards, I left with Perry and Brandon, which are two locals, to go search. And we ended up going also to Beach Cemetery and meeting up or Brandy and Anna were there too. And we all went searching together. So the only thing I can think of is if Skip went with Seth at that point, you know, because we were gone for hours doing our own searching. So maybe Seth is confused. I don't fucking know. I don't. Has he ever said like, "Oh yeah, she was with me at this point in time"? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Did Seth ever do anything? Like, did he make you feel any like? Did he do anything?
Yeah. He says, "Yeah, I have a full ass." There's a phone call recorded, and then there's also one recorded from body cam footage. So, yeah, he made me feel uncomfortable, and then he also made other women feel uncomfortable too.
Can you give us an example of like what he did?
I looked at my phone, and Seth had texted me. Now, Seth and I spoke to him briefly before I flew up here, like, hey, what's your son's favorite food? What's his favorite place? You know, that type of thing. So when I didn't really talk to him at all. So I see my phone, I look down at my phone, and there's a text like, hey, how are you doing? Or something like that. And I'll send you all that too. I don't care. And I found it really weird. And I said, mute the phone, because he had him on the car phone, skipped it. And I said, what time did you call him and tell him like that happened this evening with the guy in the truck? And he looks at the timestamp, and I look at my phone, and Seth had texted me before Skip called him. So I was like, why is he asking me how I am? Like, that's just a weird question. Like, I'm not the one with the missing kid. Why are you asking me how I am, you know? So we get to this other location because Skip and I didn't feel safe. We felt like we were being followed. So we went to someone else's location. They also help with Riley Strain. Go in there, and he was calling me, and he goes, answer the phone. So I answer it, and he asked me, Seth asked something like, what happened with the truck incident? And someone told me that you looked scared when you came back to the hotel room. I said, really? Who told you that? And he's like, I got people. I said, huh?
He goes, normally people are scared when they get death threats. I said, nah, I've gotten death threats. I ain't scared. And he goes, well, usually they are. And I said, I find it interesting that you haven't gotten any threats, Seth. And he goes, well, I find it interesting that you haven't gotten any threats, Seth. And he goes, well, people are scared. And I was like, who the fuck is watching me at my fucking hotel room calling? That's weird, right? And then he tells me, just go ahead and take a shower tonight. Now, my room, okay.
Wait, who said that?
He told me, take a shower. Now, listen, I'm not a stinky person, but the room was on the ground floor and it was by the pool. There's no cameras back in there. The hotel staff told me. And I just found it really weird. Like, who tells someone to do that? That's just weird.
It's May. You've been on mute for a long time. I didn't want to ignore you.
Really quick. So Seth straight up says to Skip, because Skip didn't say anything about us being together or none of that. And Seth said he texted me, how are you doing? After Skip told him about the threat. So there's a few things that were just completely inconsistent, So anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna mention about the damn, I forgot. It was something with Chase and your mom or something, but then I got sidetracked.
Is Crabtree coming on or no?
Let me message him.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah. Sorry if I'm confusing y'all. Sometimes my brain doesn't keep things like in chronological order. So but I'll send it to Barbecue. If she wants to post it, she can. And I set the whole part of the recorded call to straight up, Chris. I'm like, here you go, Chris. Here's this. I have nothing to hide, And part of me, I really don't feel like any of the parents had anything to do with it. I'm gonna be honest. I think he either met someone online, or he ran away and someone.
Do you have any of the texts you can put up in green screen? I know the chat's asking.
I sent them to you. If you want to use them, you can. You want a green screen?
I don't know. I personally think Seth is getting a little sus lately. He's been doing some crazy shit that has a lot of people.
I'm gonna say it. Well, no. I don't know.
It's been a long while, so
it has a call that I listened in on before I even went.
They're not being sniped. I'm on the panel, idiot.
And it was between Skip and Seth. Now, Seth did not know I was listening into this call. And it was 2 hours long. I don't know. I was listening about an hour. Well, Skip had asked Seth, hypothetically, if you can think of 3 scenarios that could have happened to your son, what would it be? Pretty much, what would you think could be different possibilities? And he said one of the possibilities could be Katie getting angry and starting to hit, but then he went into detail and was describing brain matter and gushing this and that. And I mean, I didn't even know it was his stepfather, or I didn't even know it was his father on the phone, but I'm texting another United Cage Navy and I said, whoever the hell is on the phone did it. Whoever's on this phone right now did it, because it sounds like they're telling on themselves. Now, then he went on to say something like, I imagine him in a well. I imagine him with a broken leg down, screaming for help up above. Now I've been told that this call was all recorded, sent in where it needs to go, but who's to say? I don't know. I don't know why he said those things. I don't know why he did those things. It doesn't make sense to me why you would describe a possible scenario of your child being unalived in such detail. I found it weird. Now, I've been told that he was at work. Chris Prout said, yeah, he was at work. He's whatever. So, I don't know. Maybe he was having nightmares about it. Maybe he was having scary dreams. Who knows?
So when were you there? What dates were you there?
I'd have to check. I think
Was it March or April or?
Yeah, March, end of March.
It was in March. Okay. So when the Cajun Navy was there, you were there.
I was with them, yeah.
Okay. So have you ever met with or spoken with Tony Mathis?
No.
Never.
No, and I've never watched anything on TikTok either. So I stepped away soon after I think around from the press conference, just because it was misunderstanding and kind of like just, I'm not going to do this right now. And plus stuff's turned into kind of circusy around it. So, and then I also have been taking a break from missing people and true crime in general. But yeah, I heard that there was a PI. I heard that some crazy stuff was going on live, but I don't even know what he looks like. I can't tell you.
Riley, did you change okay, so when you first went there with the Cajun Navy, what was your impression like? Were you guys called in by Seth? How did that all go down?
I don't know how it went down exactly. I was told it could be possibly both the Proudfoots and Seth contacted. I do know Todd with United Cajun Navy. He does have a brain injury, okay, from the past. So sometimes he might forget something or he might misspeak, if that makes sense.
Okay,
but
I didn't realize that.
He is a really great guy. Like, he really is. But I got to know kind of like, okay, let me remind you, like, you know, and yeah, so he said that it was Seth, but it could have been Katie first or Seth first, or who knows who was first. But yeah, they wanted them up there. And then I know that the Proudfoots were even going to be willing to let United Cajun Navy bring the dogs around the house to smell around the house and everything too. So United Cajun Navy was in contact with both sides, you know, very much just trying to help out. Now, when the dog incident happened, I was put on the call with the Army Corps of Engineers at that property. So I was privy to the entire call with that too before I even went to Hendersonville.
So that tip that you guys went to, that was the federal property, right?
Yeah. So the thing is, it's public, right? Like, anyone can go there at any time. But the problem is that United Cajun Navy didn't quite understand that it was closed because there was tornado damage.
Right.
So they only closed it for the safety of people. So it wasn't like, oh, you can't come here. Oh, you're in a lot of trouble. No.
This place is closed down.
Yeah. And the guy with the Army Corps of Engineers was like, y'all can go back. Just like, let me know. I'll go with you. I just want to make sure like y'all are getting where you want to go safely. That's all.
Okay, so when you guys were out there, what was the scent all about? Can you talk about that?
I wasn't there about it. I wasn't there.
Oh, you weren't there for that?
No, I was only privy to the conversation about like, can we go there and search and all that stuff.
Oh, okay. You weren't actually there. Gotcha. Okay.
So who was the Cajun Navy guy that was like asking people for money for gas for his boat? Does anybody remember who that was?
No, it had to have been Skip. So it was only me and Skip up there. And then I guess Brandon then jumped on with, because anyone can volunteer to be United Cajun Navy, right? Like, you guys can get online and fill out your stuff. And it's just, so then Skip was over there with Riley Strain, who's like I saw on the news that, fuck it, I'm gonna say it all. Y'all want to know a lot of shit, which I've already been talking to a bunch of people about, releasing it all.
Yes.
Riley Strain, let's rewind. Riley Strain. You guys know who came up with United Cajun Navy for that, right?
No.
David Flagg.
Who?
David Flagg.
Who's that?
He did the interviews and the press conference with Riley Strain's family and the whole thing.
Oh, their spokesperson.
Yeah, well, he did some very inappropriate things and stuff to numerous women and with numerous witnesses. So he was removed. And I had actually met Todd, the president here in New Orleans, during a benefit for children. And we went to lunch and he was pretty much like, hey, you want to come on board with us and help us with this people? And I was like, you know, because this is what's going on. I was like, hell yeah, you know? So, yeah, that guy is not a good guy.
Has this been reported, though?
And
that's what I'm wondering, because if he's done inappropriate things to, that's a pretty big accusation.
It's.
I'm just being fair. I mean.
No, I mean, one of the ones allegedly, I'll say allegedly, was a news reporter, female. So it's not like, and there's numerous witnesses that were on a boat, and I've talked to several of them. So it's not just like me coming on my ass with this.
No, and I'm
My
not saying you're
salty-
lying. I'm just,
I know, I know. I'll just say it's all alleged. How about that?
Yeah, that's much better because that's a lot. That's a lot. But yeah,
So yeah, that happened, and so it was hard to really be as organized with Sebastian, if that makes sense. There was just a lot of things that were, you know. So yeah.
So Raleigh, are you in contact with anybody on the Raleigh case now?
I mean, I talked to Brandon a couple times. So Brandon, he's a really cool guy. He said, you know, stuff just got kind of crazy with this case, Sebastian, which, you know, I thought when it started to become a circus. And so he's been doing some other missing persons locally in Tennessee. And he's called me about them too, like a missing teacher. That's kind of an older case. And, you know, I talk missing persons with a bunch of people all the time.
Who the fuck gave my phone number to Mrs.
Really talk
Jones?
about social media aspect.
Hold on, Riley.
oh, Tara Lynn.
Who the fuck gave my phone number to Mrs. Jones?
That had to be Tara Lynn.
She just texted me.
Saying what?
You think she could have Googled you or looked her up?
How
Wait.
does she? Oh, are you gonna Google barbecue lady?
She was just in my chat, barbecue. Like 20 minutes, like maybe 20 minutes, half hour ago.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't give out phone numbers. Unless you
Hey,
give out.
Hey, Riley, I have a question from someone in my chat. Did you call the police about that weird metal thing? Or did you tell the hotel?
I told the police know about it. And this hotel and all that. Now, that wasn't like an official thing. So I'm like, what am I going to do with it? You know what I mean? It's not like an official report for that.
Well, no, I'm just asking, like, did you ask the hotel? Because, like, they have cameras, right?
Yeah. So there's no cameras on the back side, the slider area.
That's scary.
I just messaged her back and I said, who gave you my number? If she tells me, then maybe I'll answer. If not, I have nothing to say and she'll be blocked.
She came out the woodwork. She was in my live saying, what kind of shit are you guys spewing about my husband? And I'm like, we're not, like Terry Lynn did. She's
the balls she has to have to actually text you.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about some other stuff.
Oh. There's always new people all the time. Yeah, it's hard to keep up.
Mrs. Jones is the wife of the black
All I know
guy.
is that song, that rap song by T-Pain or someone, Lil Wayne, Mrs. Jones. No. What's that song? Is there a song about a Mrs. Jones?
Mrs. Jones. Yeah.
Mr. Jones and me. But no, seriously, what did she say to you? What, did she, I mean, what, did she ask you a question or?
Yeah.
You guys sound the same. I'm sorry. You guys sound similar.
We do?
Yeah, I know.
Probably because we're both from the north. But that's really strange that she was just in my chat like 30 minutes ago and now she's got Barbecue's number.
But you're live on YouTube, right? So
Yeah.
like they know that you're talking to her. So weird for her to just pop in.
Exactly. I've never seen her in my chat ever. And it's funny because Terry Lynn is the one that said that, oh, she's still here. She says, I'm still here. I just don't have time for all the chat. I can't keep up with it. I'm just asking for the video. Okay, Mrs. Jones, please email me so I can email you the video where Terry Lynn completely says that you are the one that said Seth was missing from camera between 3 and 5 a.m. on February 26th. So please email me. I'm not against you. I'll give you what you want to hear, but you got to email me.
And I just want to know who gave her my phone number.
So is that someone that works with him or something?
How about this, Jay? She doesn't get the video until she tells me who gave her my phone number.
I'm confused though.
Okay.
Like, how would she know that he was missing?
Fair enough.
Surveillance. Did she work with him? Like, did he work in the security office there? At
Who?
his job?
If she's still in the chat, ask her. Be like, bitch, who gave you
Riley,
a house?
what do you know about Seth's job? Anything?
I met Seth's coworker's wife. Oh, okay.
Do you know anything about Seth's job? Can you hear me? The fuck?
Yeah, I hear you.
Did you guys hear that?
I'm getting warnings on my phone.
There's a tornado warning or something.
Oh, Jesus, be safe.
The area.
Hey, Riley, oh shit, I forgot what I just asked you. What did I just ask her, you guys?
Something about, what do you know about this job?
Oh yeah, Seth's job. Do you know anything about his position at the jail or like anything about his work?
They gotta know if he comes or goes, though, right?
You what?
They gotta know for sure if he comes or goes, right? Like, the jail's got a bunch of fucking security, right? Cameras, all that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, do you know anything about his position in the jail? Like, did he ever talk about work?
Me? Are you asking me?
I'm asking Riley.
Oh, I thought you were asking the chick in the chat. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking her. The chick that... Okay.
I'm not even looking at chat.
I didn't even... So when I was on the phone with him, the one time, when he was like, oh, when he said he didn't get threats, he said something like he was law enforcement or something. I said, you're law enforcement? Huh? And he goes, I work for, the jail or whatever there. And that was the first time I had learned of that. So all I know is he works at the jail as security, I think, or something. I could be wrong. I really don't know.
Oh, okay.
I really don't know. Now, when I was looking at past interviews he had done on various podcasts and trying to see if I could pick out any inconsistencies. And I picked out quite a few. But I did notice when he said where he was during the time frame of Sebastian missing, he had said on one interview, he said, my truck was at work. Something about his vehicle had been at work. And I was like, well, why wouldn't you say you just had been at work? He had also said something like he was clocked in, I think the night before. Something like it almost sounded like he wasn't clocked in during the time that Sebastian went missing. I'll have to pull it up. I wonder if I still have it in my camera saved. I found it very interesting the way he said it.
I would love if you could find that.
Yeah, I want to find it. I'll send it to you.
So, Riley, you're not involved in the Sebastian case. You don't talk to anybody anymore.
I mean, ever since that officer got on that TV and was like, pretty much made it out to be I'm a liar, right? And I'm like, what the fuck kind of thing. And I've tried to get in contact with him several times and cannot get him to return my calls. But it's almost like there's a few things I think I would love to do to help more, if that makes sense. Like, I really think someone should go out there with a metal detector in the Beach High School area because the depths of the leaves are so thick. Sebastian had glasses. He had that little flashlight, right? Like, if someone were to go out there with a metal detector, maybe found something he dropped, at least then you could have, like, something more like, okay, he definitely went this way or that way. I find it so hard to believe he's just gone. I do know with a lot of missing person cases, the police know a whole lot more than they could ever say. And at one point they pulled back their search and were like, we're going to focus on the investigation. I was like, huh? Looking back, because I like to look at back old news clips. And then they decided to search again. After, I think the day after the news conference, they went out with a big search again. Part of me is I wonder if they know he's close by somewhere. And it almost reminds me of, because probability-wise, the highest probability, if statistically, if you think about a bunch of other missing autistic teenagers, right, that leave their house barefoot, whatever, is that he went off on his own and ended up passing away from the cold, okay, and probably is unalive under shrubs or bushes, which could be very difficult to see him unless you can move that foliage out the way. Now, it reminds me of Jalissa Fuentes, who went missing in California. That whole mountainside where she was last pinged, they had the same drones that they had for Sebastian Rogers. The military's like the best drones, the best of the best of the best. They had the same kind. Texas Accusations was out there with their stuff. Police, the helicopter. I mean, it was a full-blown search. We got adventures with a purpose out there searching the water. Now, the same area that they searched over and over and over again, she was found because the chief of police looked down the edge of a cliff at the very correct angle. Now, you wouldn't have been able to see her any other way. I feel like that might end up Sebastian Rogers if he died naturally or what have you, that you would just have to be in the right spot. I don't know if that answers anything. Like, I have ideas of, I think someone should really go out looking again. I do.
Hey, Riley, the chat wants to know, what is your connection with Terry Lynn? Do you have any connection or know Terry Lynn?
No.
No, not at all.
You never saw her or met a Terry Lynn?
No. Who's Terry Lynn?
She's a YouTuber that has been live like every day for like 10, 12 hours passing out flyers.
Maybe I did meet her up there. Maybe she came by to grab flowers one day. Maybe I did meet her at some point, and I don't remember. If that's the case, I do apologize. But I
think Barbecue's going to pull up a pic of her.
I sent you those screenshots too with the texting with Vanessa, but she had sent me as well about the first mention of a laptop.
Do you guys? Who's Vanessa? Can you guys explain who Vanessa is? I've never heard of this person. Is it Vanessa V?
Vanessa, yeah. I'll send.
I mean, I don't know who she is, like where she even fits into this.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
That's Tara Lynn.
Okay, there was just several people wondering if you and her had ever crossed paths.
Riley's like, nope, I'd remember.
Yep.
Well,
I'm sure you would.
There's only a few I really met up there. And
So how many people do you think, like, would you say you met? Like, you met Seth, right?
Seth, I met a guy. He runs a nonprofit out of in Tennessee. Him and his wife, they have an autistic child.
Oh, is that the Audibles? Jacob's Audibles?
Yeah. Met him.
Oh.
Really cool guy.
He
he's
was
on
involved
TikTok.
back then. Okay, interesting.
That's the first day he came, yeah. And he's on TikTok too. Really nice guy. And then who else? There was another girl. I can't remember her name. She was blonde. I know she drove like hours. She came with the trailer. I can't remember her name. There was, of course, Brandy and Anna, and then Anna's boyfriend. There was there was some woman who kept trying to show me about some psychic something. There was a woman who works with Court TV, and then I met reporters from the Fox in different channels, and then there was also some people came by numerous times, like a young couple at one point. There was Brandon and Perry, and yeah.
Did you have any communications with Jules, the dog handler?
I heard something about a dog woman. There was someone, Skip told me later that some lady had came and said that she used to work with me or something with dogs and that she doesn't like me. I said, what? I said, I used to work with Villalobos, pit bulls and parolees here in New Orleans. I said, so I pulled up the pictures of them, Tia and her family. I'm like, does she look like any of these women? He's like, no. He said something about it, some pit bull lady or something. And I was like, I have no idea.
But you don't remember like an army, like an ex-military canine dog handler named Julia?
He met someone with a dog, something to do with the dog. He walked over there to meet her, like maybe, I don't know, 50 feet away. But I was sitting down at the table.
She's the one that cried saying she brought her dogs on the airplane and stuff, and then they didn't use her. Right? Jade, you know?
That was actually, from what I understand, that was the fake dog handler, and that was a lie. Julia is from Pennsylvania. She's the ex-military. Then
I
there,
think there's a lot of people on social media that like lie in comments. They just say like random stuff. And
no,
then
this wasn't just a comment. She was on my panel, and she sent me screenshots of dogs that were on Chewy.com of her bloodhounds. It was a whole fake thing.
There's so many fucking trolls.
Right.
There's so many.
Hi.
I had someone on my panel too who lied to me about a completely different thing like 2 years ago.
Hey, Nikki.
Hey guys, so I wanted to just clear some things up. Hopefully, I think if the chat's okay with me speaking for most of the chat, we had a lot of the same questions, and I felt like I could tell that Riley weren't really, reading the chat, and that's okay. We were wondering. I know that it was mentioned whether or not you knew Terry Lynn, and your initial reaction was very quick and said no. And then you said maybe. Well, maybe.
I mean, there's just so many different people. I realized like there's a bunch of people that came by and signed up. Makes sense? Or grabbed flyers, or Taziki's came and delivered food. I'm like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know somebody by name who delivered food.
Right.
I'm thinking more of if somebody's asking you point blank.
I feel bad if I hurt someone's feelings. If they're like, but I did meet you. You don't remember me, kind of thing. Like,
we're not asking if you hurt somebody's feelings. We're asking if you knew her, if you've had a conversation with her, if you can put a face with her, if you gave her Barbecue's number.
No, I haven't given anyone's number.
I just find it very ironic that you came into the chat and then shortly after, Barbecue got a phone call.
This is why I really stepped away from this case and many others, and missing people in general, because it's always like, what'd you do now, Riley? No.
So, Nikki, I can say that Jay for Justice is actually streaming her YouTube right now. So her YouTube is being streamed right now, and you can see all of us on it. And so they're having their own conversation over there on Jay's side. So what I'm thinking is maybe Terry Lynn gave the Mrs. Smith Barbecue's number. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, that was my first thought too.
Yeah, that's where I'm thinking that's coming from.
I don't have any Terry Lynn or Terry anything that I have any phone number, contact, or communication with.
You guys didn't text when you were there? How did she know where to meet you guys?
Photo up in case I recognized her.
She met us because Casey was on our TikTok live, and we said we were meeting at Memorial Park at 5
Oh, that's right. Casey's goes on TikTok.
Yeah, I would never give Terry Lynn my number.
But is your number public? Because I know a lot of people can like Google numbers too. Like, not Google, but there's sites you can go on.
Well, that was weird. It froze. Sorry.
Why don't you call her and see what she has to say?
I mean, she's been texting me.
I mean, give her my number. I'll talk to her. Give her my phone number. I would love to speak with Mrs. Jones.
Giving out phone numbers.
I mean,
I just don't see that Riley
I cussed out Brett Norton for giving out my phone number one time.
I just don't see that Riley's invested in this case enough to be giving out Barbecue's number to someone.
I am. I'm invested in Sebastian, not the us, like not the other people looking. You know, does that make sense? Like,
well, that's what I'm saying. You're not invested in the drama.
I'm just curious.
As much.
It's almost bedtime.
You off, Tammy. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
So sorry, Tammy.
I'm just curious. I find it very interesting. We've had a group of us went down this week, and we had a situation with Terry Lynn. I know that that's been highly talked about on different platforms, and the fact that I personally, I'm just curious. I've never seen Riley up here, and so I wasn't sure if you have a close relationship with Tammy and Barbecue. I find it very suspicious that after all of this, and then all of a sudden Terry Lynn gets Barbecue's number, you're in the live tonight. I'm not being confrontational. I'm just asking questions.
I'm just going to clarify that I've had Riley's number for a while because we had beef on the internet.
Which was dumb.
Yeah, and so I messaged her because it was brought up in this live today about a laptop. So I messaged her and said, could you come up and clarify this with this laptop?
Okay.
I don't think that Riley is going to give some strange fucking Mrs. Jones my phone number. No.
And then people wanted to ask people were just curious about other things too that I just talked about from being up there with United Cajun Navy. So I'll answer whatever, if it's helpful.
No, I appreciate you clarifying. I truly do.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know her, but if someone had texted me like, hey, I want her to tell her to call me, or I would be like, can I pass your number? I would pass their number to Barbecue, if that makes sense. If they okayed it.
Who's Shelly?
But if she was in here in the
Who's
chat,
Shelly Lindley?
just typing, and she wanted to talk to Barbecue, why didn't she just request to jump in the box?
Who's that?
You don't want to hear this shit.
It's some chick. She was like something about her husband. Why wouldn't she just request to jump up in the box?
So she's over on YouTube.
I think that's the problem. Is it's both platforms.
Wow.
No, and I'm again not trying to be confrontational. Just asking questions that it's like.
No.
I'd rather ask questions and get to the bottom of things than speculate.
I'm the same way. Like, it's kind of weird, or like, what a coinky dink. No.
Barbecue, is she still texting you? I'm sorry, is she still texting you? Is Mrs. Jones texting you right now?
I mean, I don't know right this second, but yeah, a bunch.
Is there a reason why you're not going to call her, or?
I just can't believe she's literally texting her like, oh, why?
You know what's weird? That one, I did see that one in
live because I'm on live, but I just sent you the number, Jay. You can call her.
I was Googling.
Oh, thank you.
Like, a couple weeks ago to see if like there was any updated information on stuff. That article did pop up about like Seth saying something like they did another search and they found. That article did pop up about like Seth saying something like they did another search and they found something like of value in the case. And I'm like, okay, what is it? What is it? Does anyone know like what was found that day? Like was anything was located? Pants? His pants? Were they his? Those are pants. Were they his?
Someone said I was doxxed in that Jenna bitch's live or her comments. So let me just pull this up.
All right, I'm gonna get off here though. I'm gonna get something to eat and I gotta go to bed because it's been a long day. That hurts.
Jenna bitch, who?
Been like nonstop for days trying to get ready.
The Jen bitch who was trying to talk shit about our billboards.
No, but hey, Barbecue. Thanks for asking me though to come up and clarify or whatever. If you guys need clarification on anything, just feel free to ask me.
I'd rather just ask people than sit here and talk and name people. If they, there's all it takes is someone just to reach out and say, hey, did you fucking do this? Did you say this? Did you hear this? Do you know this person?
Nice communication.
And I'd rather just do that than sit here and insinuate shit.
Thank you.
Well, and I hope everybody knows that that's all I was trying to do as well.
You guys need
I'm not
else? Also call me tomorrow whenever you're free because I want to send you the one thing, couple different things, few things. So call me tomorrow if you're free.
Well, this is awkward.
All right, sorry, I'm
and he will petition Congress personally.
better late than never.
I know, right? Where you been, Steven?
It will clearly say
What? Wait,
What's up?
tired.
You look tired.
Exhausted. What's up?
You look how I looked the other at 7 o'clock when I woke up from my nap.
Dude, I am
I can't think straight, to be honest with y'all. I just heard, I'm like, I want to come up. What's going on? Dude, y'all want to hear something crazy? So I've been deep diving, like this is my eyes right now. I've been deep diving Summer Wells, right? All over again. Do you know that Dawn fell asleep taking the damn polygraph, just like Seth did?
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
No shit.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm like, holy shit. That is too
They take Xannies to try to beat it.
Yeah, dude, man, that whole case has gotten bun. And the neighbor, man, is the most telling thing. But I'll shut up about this. I'm on something else right now. I've been too
I know.
far in.
Summer Wells is one big, huge rabbit hole.
Dude, I was like, oh, I got to get back out. That was the very first
if you need
thing.
help, holler if you need help. We'll send a rope down to pull you out.
Shit, he's a big ass rope.
For real.
I was like, I got on Reddit. I'm like, I fucked up. For sure, dude.
It's a lot.
How are y'all doing? What's everybody doing, though? What's going on?
We just been talking about Tony and Seth and
red flags.
All the inconsistencies and
fucking pieces of shit.
the pants, the fake planted evidence, all that stuff.
I named my toilet paper Tony so I could wipe my ass with it.
Nice. Maybe you should get some of this face printed on it, like Betty did with
So
the shirt.
fucking awesome.
Right?
There's got to be a place that does it, though.
I'm sure they do.
That's so funny.
We'll get Tony Mathis peen toilet paper. Green screen slippage toilet paper. Fucking sicko.
No, so okay. Listen, the whole fucking thing with Seth sitting with Betty, I think there's somebody called her something else. I don't know. And the fact that she sat there and called his son defective and he's sitting there supporting her confuses the shit out of me. Because if that was my child being talked about, there's no way in hell I would be cordial with her. No way.
I think I don't.
So like I'm super confused about that. And I'm sure he's heard about it. You know what I mean? Like
he's a bitter ex. He's a bitter, scorned, revengeful ex. He went against everything that Katie and Chris tried to implement in their house, from rules with the internet, medications, everything he went against. He was like the ex from hell, is how I see it.
Well, what I can't understand is the custody thing. Like there's no way it's fucking true, man. He said, because my thing is, I live in Tennessee and I've dealt with the custody shit. The way Tennessee works, like there's PPP parenting plans involved. And so I'm like,
but their divorce was California though, Stephen. So it could be different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, I would love to get my hands on that.
Oh, you and me both. You and me both.
I would want to know what the whole.
Well, you know what I thought was interesting, Stephen? He was on with Terry Lynn, 17 days missing. And he was talking about, their divorce and talking about Sebastian. I can't remember what the fuck I was going to say now. I'm trying to spit it out, but I can't. What were we talking about? This whole thing is a mind fuck. We were talking about their divorce, and I can't remember what the fuck I was going to say about it. Forget it. It's late.
It is late, dude. I get it.
It's a lot. I mean, we've literally figured out, Stephen, that this platform here, TikTok, has completely different information than we had. And we have different information that you guys have never heard. It's so weird.
I don't. The TikTok streets, man, are super. It's not like YouTube, though. YouTube, man, it's straightforward, man. You go there, you can find your answers. You know what I'm saying? Here, it is so fucking just discombobulated, and it's so quick. It's almost like they build little cults over here, to be honest with you. It's like everybody, they click up, and you'll notice that as you go through lives and you go to different people's lives, you can see the little clicks as they are. And to say that it's usually the same people with the KGN and all them versus, I hate to say it, Barbecue, myself, Tammy, and everybody else that's over here on this side. Like when you started bucking them, they're like, oh, you can't do that. That's not cool. That's not fair. You're against us. And it's like, no, we're against your narrative, you assholes. But
Hey,
again,
Steven, while I've got you here, I want to ask if you know anything about Seth's job. Is he ever, like, do you know anything about what he does? What,
he just told me he was a correction. You want to hear something funny?
Uh-huh.
So when we were at the vigil, I meant to say this earlier to Queen Bee. We're sitting there, and I'm like I'm talking to Tony at this point. Tony had been yelling for me, so I finally went over. Pappy was with me, and I literally, first thing I said, why the hell why was it not told to me that you were trying to essentially poke the bear, Sumner County? Well, no, that was never our intentions. And then he's like, well, they're not talking blah, blah, blah. So we have to show them we're not going to mess around. And it's like, oh, okay. And then Seth flips his little wallet open. And he has a little badge in there.
Oh my God.
He's like, they're my brothers and they turned their back against me. And it's like,
They turned their back. Okay, did he ever say why no one else besides Jones from the jail that he works at was standing, by his side helping him search?
See, that's
Isn't that fucking weird? Because they're like LE. They stick together. They help each other out, There's like a brotherhood amongst them. Where were they all?
Yeah, they're correct. Even with correctional officers, man, they all kind of like tend to be pretty cool with each other,
Yeah.
Especially as long as it was stated he had worked there. There you go. And I don't know. I will tell you this though. I've asked a lot of questions about that, to be honest with you, about the sheriff's department and how it works and like what it was that was really going on. I got told he sat behind a desk and that was it. That's all he did. And he did stuff with booking and stuff like that. But that was
okay.
Well, I just feel like that Seth and Blowhorn Betty are bumping uglies.
No, it's Blowhorn and Tony. They had coffee last night.
I felt it in the courtroom.
Wait, what?
Give us the tea, Steven.
Oh my God, I've had thoughts about Tony too, but he's married and I was trying to leave his wife out of it or whatever. Y'all, I've already come up with a Lifetime movie. You can ask Tammy. I messaged her earlier about Tony. Y'all,
I really don't know. That was just me joking around.
Oh, Jesus, Steven.
Oh my God.
Because they stayed at the same hotel.
Oh, really? Did they now?
Hold on a minute, though. I don't know about you, but I don't really drink coffee, but I'll be damned if I couldn't sleep at night and I would get up and drink a cup of coffee.
Text somebody and say, I can't sleep.
Oh, Bullhorn, I can't sleep with court tomorrow. Join me downstairs for a cup of coffee.
Fucking Folgers, man.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
This is the last drop, Bullhorn Betty.
Dude,
Somebody said they both got bed bugs.
Nasty.
I do want to talk about something though that that has me since the other day, man. Yeah, I had called Terry out. Like how she just, the way she backpedals is crazy, man. And she's like, no, I will go get my Bible out of the car right now. Let's go get my Bible. Come on. I'm like,
the hell?
what the hell's that got to do with it? Like, she was going to, I guess, swear on her Bible. And then she always brings her father into the picture, man. Like, and I hate that her father is no longer here. That sucks, man. It truly does. I don't want to. Nobody deserves to lose their parent.
But you know what, Steven? She does that. I hate to say that,
lose the parent.
but it's a manipulation tactic. But you're an asshole if you call it out, right? Like,
But it's a manipulation tactic, but you're an asshole if you call it out, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you actually say, yeah, she's using that to manipulate, then she can turn around and go, what a cold-hearted asshole, you know.
No, for sure. You know, like I told her, "Fuck you" to her face, apparently. So,
Did you happen to? I want to get your reaction to this. So she went on that panel. Did you happen to see it?
I heard about it. Yeah, I'll be honest with you.
yeah.
I was hanging out with my family for a little bit.
Well, I think that's great, but I just think that it was a little bizarre the way that she was on camera, and then as soon as she had to start talking about you, she burst into tears and had to go off camera, and I was like, Terlin, get a hold of.
By the way, this see you next Tuesday cunt bitch just doxed me on the fucking TikTok.
Dude, that woman, I had to block her.
That woman is a fucking cunt.
Yeah.
And she just doxed me.
Why does people got to do that? Like, you know, there's beefs and shit, but like the address is going just a little too far. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, talk shit about me all you want. Just don't get my address. That's all I ask. I've already fucked myself up though. So I posted a fucking picture of this damn item I got, and right on the label is my address. I was like, yep, I'm fucked. Whatever. But no, I did see that. Jay, I did hear that. I didn't say it, seen it. Sorry. I heard that. She's like, oh, he was like my brother and stuff like that. No, man, I've been pretty straightforward with it, dude. I talked to her. I had no problem. We didn't talk about Sebastian, though. That is what's crazy. Like, we very rarely talked about Sebastian. It was like, hey, oh, where you at today? Cool. All right. That was it. I went to Bon Aqua and flew a drone on her property so she could sell it. But the damn coordinates wasn't right. It kept taking us to the wrong thing. And I called the realtor and was like, hey, I can't, there's no fucking way I can do this. I don't have the right coordinates. It's taking me to somewhere fucking else.
Thank you, Body, for sending me that.
But at the end of the day, it's, you know, look, dude, I don't know what it is. If it's something up here, I don't know. I don't even know how to even approach talking about it. All I know is that I'm just leaving the shit alone, dude. I really want to just fucking try to help with the stuff that I have. And I mean, I'm not the best at it. That's what I said in my video on YouTube. Don't fucking take my word that a place is cleared. Please go behind me and check it. Like, I'm just one person. So.
Yeah.
Didn't give the credit. No, Tiny Mama. So it was the correct location, but like, so you know when you get your land survey, it's weird because the survey for the land in the coordinates would pump you up almost a half mile down the road. She really does own the land, but it made no sense to what the survey was saying. So it was really hard to and I don't even think she even knew that it was that big of a deal. Like, I hope she gets it fixed, man, because it's a beautiful area, man, and it's sellable, you know. It's just I mean, the thing is, if I truly hated anybody, I wouldn't do shit like that. It was never. I never, even like when I never met up with her to go help search. I never met up with her to do things like that, dude. It was a general like, hey, how are you? Hey, what are you doing? And then, you know, she would constantly tell me, you need to stay away from her. Dude, I got really upset because Titanium is somebody that, like, she's a good friend, man. And she's been real helpful to me when it comes to this YouTube stuff. You know, like, I don't know shit about this. I don't know how Jay and everybody does this shit. It is a lot. It's a fucking full-time job, dude. It ain't no just jump on here.
Yeah. No, Titanium is super sweet. And she told you to stay away from her?
Yeah, Terry did.
Terry is creepy, dude. That's weird because Tanya has never been anything but respectful to everybody.
Dude, she's so nice.
She's like, yeah, almost too nice sometimes, you know? It's like, she's totally sweet. For Terry Lynn to say anything bad about Titanium is absolutely ridiculous.
Dude, I told Titanium.
She's like, jealous. I think Terry Lynn is jealous.
I could see that.
Dude. Woo, cut them ties. Cut them ties.
Oh, they were cut, but you know what?
He came there to see your ass. That's my feeling.
Dude, I have got the I've got to be the naive. It's not that, man. I really do want to believe that everybody is cool. You know what I'm saying? That there is some bad apples, but I have learned a valuable lesson. And Tony's being the biggest person that taught me face value ain't what it is, buddy. You better learn who people are before you say, "Hey, I trust you."
Yeah, Terry Lynn is jealous of your friendship with Tanya. And the fucked up thing is, you're married, man. And
I have an amazing wife, man.
yeah,
She's
and that's just
awesome.
weird to do, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure, man.
I'm not saying you've been inappropriate in any way, shape, or form. I don't believe that at all. I'm just saying, like, Terry Lynn is weird, off the rails, and it's almost like she's created some kind of, fictitious thing in her mind. It was weird how she just busted up crying over you. I was like, this is just off.
Hey, Tammy, are you asleep?
Wake up, Tammy.
Oh, shit.
What did you hear?
Hey, Jay.
What did you hear Terry Lynn say about me, which I didn't even hear that, but about the marry me?
Me?
Who?
No.
So when we went over there to meet up, when we first got to the meeting spot, then she was on live, which I thought she was FaceTiming someone, but anyway, she was like showing here's barbecue lady, and she didn't even know my name. She's like, here's TikTokers, and she was like, well, I mean, barbecue lady had a chance to marry me last night. She had her chance last night to marry me. I mean, she had a chance to, and just kept saying the same thing over and over. She could have married me. I would have married her last night. What? And then, I mean, and it was kind of like she was saying it to get barbecue's attention, to say something back to her, but barbecue was not paying attention. But it just came out of left field. And honestly, I had fallen asleep the night before when she came up on the panel, so I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what she was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
She was a little off her rocker.
Yeah, well, you know what she told people when we fell out? Because I called her out on all of her fake stuff she was sending me.
What?
She freaking said on a panel, "Oh, well, I'm not not her type. Like I was hot for her or something." I was like, "What?"
Dude, so check this out.
Wait.
Somebody in her fucking group, and when I was on live today on YouTube, said, "Now you're talking about she wants your ass." I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What the heck?
Like, what? No.
All right, guys, listen. You're gonna fucking hate me, but I just got reported.
It's so stupid.
So I gotta restart.
Every night. Every night.
What percent?
I got reported for harassment and bullying.
Or minions.
Wait, you got reported?
Yeah.
That's what that was?
I don't listen. I need to end the live and restart because otherwise I won't be able to.
Y'all, I'm here. I am here. So I guess she got, I don't know about like TikTok and how it works, but it's weird over there. They're warnings and stuff. Yeah, what? She said she's coming back. Vivian, I know. Woo! She kept showing others' pages. I don't know what that means. I am out of the box. I am here on YouTube. Dude, it is rough over there. Well, she ended the live. That's why. Here. Hold on. She said she's coming back here. We'll go to this screen. Oh, that's a lot to handle over there. Like, it's even the air on TikTok is so stressful. Clue never came back. She left me hanging over there. Granny, I see you. Holy. So what happened was Barbecue and I had a short conversation earlier, and then as we started talking, it was like, all of these things we're probably going to speak about live, Oh, she went to sleep. Hey, Elevated, what do you mean you're true? Who are you talking to? My page has never been called Truth Matters. How he knows the info on the friends. Wait. Jay. Oh, okay. I will. Yeah, Mrs. Jones. Yeah, she's at work and she just got a call. So she's actually going to let me know when I can give her a call. Well, the very beginning was good. But then it got to be like drama. I mean, Mrs. Jones is being very nice to me. I'm not lying. Like, I texted her and I said, hi, is this Mrs. Jones? She said, yep. I said, I'm going to get off this panel. Can I give you a call? She said, give me a few. I'm at work and just got a call. So I don't even know who Truth Matters is. I'm so confused. Yeah, I think so too, Robin. No, we didn't merge. I just I just streamed it like we did with TikTok. Clue had a clue. This person who said I talked shit to her 16-year-old daughter, but she has me confused. Oh, I don't know anything about that. Is that person here? No, I know Elevated Truth. Is that person saying that in my chat? Jay, did you believe the stuff? No, I didn't. Yeah, I kind of felt that too, Daz. Oh, that fucking Regina chick with the big R and she uses red X's. Oh, Regina and Friends? Hold on. Regina, what's going on? Don't accuse him of that in here. What's going on? I thought it was Regina Turlin's friend. Oh, is she back on? Okay, hold on.
Again. Wow. Okay. Listen, guys, I'm gonna go on my Frenchie page. It's my Frenchie diary.
Did you get another warning?
I'm sorry. My Frenchie diary.
The fuck? Dude, what the fuck was that? What?
Unprofessional with like a hot pink or a little girl pink or something like that, right? You know what I mean? So any other questions on these guys? Anyone want to see any other
The
colors?
fuck? This guy was just selling earbuds on TikTok and he called the pink little girl pink. I can't. What did she say? Why do they go through all this trouble on TikTok? Why don't they just start a YouTube? I got low vibrations from Riley. Yeah. Truth had a great live. They just seem to want to trigger you, Truth. I just think that's that's crazy. Don't bring that in the chat. Debbie, thank you so much. After what you just went through on that panel, you deserve this. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate that a lot. Woo! Thank you. My Frenchie Diary. Okay. My Frenchie. I don't even know what. Where am I typing this? God, I'm so confused. My Frenchie Diary. Cricket, I'm out. I'm out of smoke.
Maybe more dollars and hasn't shown proof of all $24,000.
And 24.
This is the exact mean girl behavior that I'm talking about in that video. Furthermore, again, my personal boots, no, they have not.
She's not talking about this stuff anymore. She's playing a recording of something. Someone talking about her. I'm done with TikTok tonight. You want to listen? Okay. I'm not going to go on the panel.
Flyers. And let me be very clear. I don't agree with either of these creators on either side.
Is that the MMOA lady? Is that the MMOA psychic?
Fucking swing.
That going to Tennessee and sitting in that courtroom was not to intimidate the other party.
Mind you, there was like 30 fucking people there.
Never. It had nothing to do with them. So here's the video that you asked for, okay? And I'll tell you what.
No,
if
she's
this
not talking
video
about me.
makes any kind of money, my goats are sick of y'all shit too. If this video makes any kind of money, I will donate it to a legit foundation in Sebastian's.
There's no legit foundation.
Oh yeah, one more thing. Were your boots on the ground? They weren't, were they? Mm-mm. Okay, bye.
Wow.
Get out of here with your video for content for gain. You're over here defending.
I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is.
Girl, it has a daily debit. It has a daily budget. The money is in a holding account. Where do you think the billboards are being paid for from each day? You need to educate yourself. So then you should be able to show the balance of the holding account and the transaction history. Like, it's so easy. Okay.
This is all about her billboards. And to be honest, I'm done. I'm done with TikTok for tonight. I'd rather sit and chat with you guys about some of this stuff. Right now, I'm done with TikTok. Like, that was stressful. Done with it. Done with it. I can't. I did quite a few hours over there. I did. It is a lot to process, and we can replay it and walk through it, but it's just like I just can't keep hopping. Exactly, titanium. You're on Turtlin's shit list with the rest of us now. Welcome to the shit list. Is that TM lady talking on Queen Bee? I don't know. But I do want to show you guys something. What's that lady? MOA or something? What's that psychic? Fuck's her name? MMA or MMO? What the fuck's her name? No, I think she was jealous of... No, she's not doing all this out of jealousy. I was talking about the situation with Stephen Crabtree and Terry Lynn telling Stephen Crabtree to stay away from titanium built. Why would she say that? Titanium is like nice to everybody. So my conclusion is, yes, Terry Lynn is jealous that Stephen Crabtree collabs with titanium. Yep, I do think that. Absolutely, I do. Terry Lynn is a very obviously lonely, sick individual. No, not Serafina. That weird chick. MMOA or whatever. Right. She's jealous because you have a friendship. Absolutely. You have common ground on something. She's jealous. She's weird. She's very bizarre. Very bizarre. MMO Tarot. Okay. Thank you. I want to show you Terry Lynn getting all worked up over Crabtree. It was fucking weird. And not only that, but the whole thing was weird. There we go. There we go. People are strange. What is it? MMO? Thank you so much for your super sticker. I can't read your whole name. Golden. Thank you. My screen is too small to see your whole name. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I can only see G-O. I played a clip of what? Where she talks about the stuffed animal, Sebastian? Oh, MMO Tarot. Okay. Here we go.
Just help a brother out here.
She's like, Terry Lynn, why don't you come live in Canada with me? Okay, so here we go. She starts out on camera, and this lady is like, "Oh, Terry Lynn, I'm gonna save the day," with her little riding cap with her button on it. "I'm gonna save the day, Terry Lynn."
I don't know. He looked better. He definitely looks better with a beard. There she is.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Hello, my dear. Thank you. You're the best.
Titanium.
Joining us. Say hi to Terry Lynn, everybody.
Says you're evil.
My queen looks very stressed. Yeah, Terry Lynn, did you see court today?
You're the furthest thing from evil.
Did you see what CP looks like?
I didn't go to court today. Actually, I ran into him, and I just gonna say this during what I thought was a good thing yesterday, and that was joining forces with TikTokers and passing out flyers.
Isn't she dramatic as fuck?
I don't know if I can cuss here, but it turned into a whole the people that you think are your friends, they're not. And I didn't even know some of these people. And Casey here blamed herself.
She's so stupid. The people you think are your friends, they're not. I didn't even know these people. Okay, dum-dum. You just totally contradicted yourself. You think everybody's your freaking friend? Or what? What is her deal?
And it's not Casey's fault.
Just help a brother out.
People have went live and they have tried to say.
Thank you, Yvonne.
The S word. No.
The S word.
Whole setup. Y'all try to say I'm a mole for Bullhorn Betty. Every damn thing that y'all could do, y'all tried. I was never any of those things. It's all about Sebastian. It was supposed to be.
Do you want to talk a little bit more to y'all, Terry Lynn, about what, like Amanda's asking what happened, like specifically?
Hey, QB.
Yesterday you went to the flyer on your live for a bit.
Yes, and which I thought was a good thing.
Thanks, dog, the Betty Hunter.
How many people were there?
Just help a brother out here.
I don't know those people.
Casey can jump on too if she wants. Let's just chat if she
She's
wants.
there. I don't know if Casey, she's here because I mean she was upset.
Just help a brother
can't
out
blame
here.
her, but it wasn't her fault. She didn't do this.
Casey, you're in the best group. We are all about love only here. If you do feel it, don't feel any pressure, but you're welcome to if you want to. So sorry to interrupt.
Look at Regina Romo. Barbecue is always bad news, in my opinion. That's that big mouth Regina I was talking about right here.
I literally thought that.
And this is her moderator, Casey.
She watches the TikTokies.
Thank you, Yvonne. I appreciate it.
Not that into that stuff, right?
Which we might talk about other creators right now, so we can take that one down. Okay, Terry Lynn.
So I don't do the TikTok, so like that. Thank you, Regina, because I found that out myself. I had no idea. I had no clue.
Oh,
no.
shut up, Terry Lynn.
I thought it was a good thing to join hands. Everybody, come together as a group of people and pass out flyers. I offered them flyers. I did. I printed out extra flyers. Apparently, it was a whole setup.
Setup?
You want to tell more about what you think? What were you?
Hell, I mean, it's so much. I still have not computed this in my head.
I know. Casey looks.
You're doing a flyer handout, which you went.
Casey looks extremely young to me too. Inkjet Cooter. I don't know. I think they're both sitting down. I'm not sure. Yeah, I can turn it up. Apparently she's a moderator. She apparently has kids. I don't know. From what I understand, I forgot. I didn't have it turned up on here. From what I understand, Casey is stepping away from this situation.
Went live for.
We all were.
I was on for part of it last night, and then I left.
All of us. I thought it was an amazing thing.
Yeah, and you were having fun, and then Chris shows up suddenly.
I did not. I thought I had enough flyers. I can go show all of them. I could show. I still have, because I thought I have flyers, and they had brought flyers with them.
And all they said was that somebody was coming with more flyers, and they would be there in about 15 minutes. They didn't tell us who it was. They didn't say anything. And I knew that they had been here earlier, like in the year, and they said that they had made contacts here. So, I mean, I didn't know who was bringing them. I never would have thought that it would have been Chris or Katie. And, I mean, and they got mad because she was live.
Which I had been live, and that was known. And I was sitting over in the garden where the pet, what is it called?
Who's Mackenzie Johnson?
The dog park.
Dog park. I was live sitting on a bench. I was on a bench sitting when these other, whatever the hell was going on over there. I was sitting on there.
I was actually trying to help my daughter with homework over the phone.
What I heard last night, after all, I'm just going to say what I heard after all of this shit last night. It's disgusting. To try to say that the D word, that I'm on a substance, get the hell out of here.
He said that to you?
These people went back on their TikTok. They came here with an agenda
that wasn't what you thought it was.
Which, it wasn't. Hell no. If I can't have a glass of wine at a dinner, I don't. Is that against the law? I didn't think so. I didn't have a full bottle because I couldn't afford it anyways at a restaurant. Sorry, but
Who gives
can we
a
sit
shit?
here and can I say how drunk were you all? I could.
I mean, they were.
Y'all put things on my name that is so disgusting that y'all need to go seek mental health problem. That's what y'all need to do if that's the case.
But who works with TikTok? Who we know in this bunch?
Steven.
The Tony, TikTok Tony,
Steven.
and Steven. Because
here it comes.
And I don't even want to say. I don't even.
Here we go.
Say that. I don't. Because I really.
Oh.
I don't know. I gotta come off this camera because I might cry. I really fucking trusted that dude. No, I did.
I warned you yesterday morning, honey.
I know. You weren't the only one.
I really thought a lot of him too. I mean, I thought he was doing good things. I thought he was in it for all the right reasons.
Well, and the reason that I was late was because I was talking to Terry Lynn because I could tell she was upset, and I called her, and she said it has to be Steve because they gave Chris her
Somebody.
phone.
I never gave that man my number, and I can show that. That
He's
call.
The only one that had your phone number to give to Chris was Stephen Crabtree. He's the only one that had your phone number to give to Chris, and now Chris has your phone number.
Okay.
And you don't feel very safe about that right now.
I just wanted to move. I didn't know those people were coming. I wanted to move my car. I don't have anything bad to say, and I don't.
Harry, I know this sounds like a crazy idea, but if you want to come to Canada with me, you're welcome to come up here and drive and whatever. You're welcome to stay here. I got a 3-bedroom house to myself. You're welcome to come up. You just need a break.
I'm good. No, honestly, I'm good. That right there, though, was effed up.
So what was Chris saying to you? Like, what is he?
There was nothing that he wasn't ugly. I'm going to say that he wasn't ugly. He was not ugly.
Surprisingly, they were both very nice.
He wasn't ugly.
So what did he say to you? Not live?
He shook my hand and said, "What did he say?"
Oh, Chris didn't say anything about her being live. It was Barbecue.
It was them peoples
that said something about her being live.
Isn't this weird, you guys?
And then I thought his kid was sick, and then fuck
Steven's
her. Said
kid.
Fuck her. That's what he said on that live.
Yes. No, he called or text Barbecue and said, ditch her and fuck her. Just fuck her. Sorry.
Steven. Hearing this girl repeat this, fucking hilarious.
And fuck
Steven's
her. Said
kid.
Fuck her. That's what he said.
I
on
got
that
it.
live.
Thanks,
Yes.
Kels.
No, he called or text Barbecue and said, ditch her and fuck her. Just fuck her. Sorry.
I'm like,
this girl is so sweet. She was totally manipulated by Tarlin. This poor girl. But the way she's...
Yes, Amanda. So they came to help Terry Lynn. They set up the hand.
I don't even know. Listen, I didn't set. Listen.
They came here. They were coming. Okay.
She is
so
sweet.
Really, they were coming to go to court today for the Bullhorn Betty court thing.
Yeah.
But
I love her accent
Barbecue
too.
was coming in yesterday. They decided there was a couple of them were coming from like way out, so they come in and got rooms and stuff, and so they were coming in and they decided to do like a meetup.
I do too, Victoria. I love it.
And pass out flyers. Well, they had invited Terry Lynn on a live Saturday night that
I don't
she
even
could come and pass out flyers with them on Monday.
And I thought it was just like a
And
Three people.
that if and I was already coming up to visit her.
Wait, so Terrell thought it was going to be three people, probably her, Crabtree, and Barbecue. And she's like, I thought I was going to get with Steven that day.
And so I was like, well, I'm going to be with you, but I mean, I know these people from TikTok. I didn't know them, but I know who they are. And so and I feel like it was my fault that she even got involved in this, because I'm the one that watches TikTok.
Poor thing.
I'm the one that let her.
And I want you to know that this girl is being told it is not her fault.
Let her know about these people on TikTok. And
but you didn't know. You can't feel responsible. You didn't know that they were going to do this. I mean, who would ever? The thing is, the people that don't behave or think that way can never fathom that anybody would dream that up, because it's just not in our DNA to think that way. So the fact that you didn't guess it tells me you're a great person, because it doesn't come to mind.
Oh yeah, you're
I mean, I really honestly never would have thought these people were going to do that.
And to think I'm a mole, like, what the hell? This is about Sebastian.
Well, it's interesting you say this. I wish I was on to see that, but I had to jump off because I was applying for a job and other things.
And they said private my live, and I didn't know what the hell. I mean, I needed to private it for, because
agent.
I had muted out when I was asked to because he had, I don't even know what. This is all effed up.
And then he tells her
he never told me to end my live.
that he told you to end it.
And I have that, and I can show that, but I will not be. I trust no one anymore. Like, no one.
Told you to stop your life? Who told you? I'm so confused. Who told you to stop going
Nobody
live?
did. That's my thing. Nobody told me to stop my life. No.
Okay, now this is where her fucking tears suddenly stop. The tears instantly stop right here. She's, I was doing, and then all of a sudden she's like aggressive.
Was he trying to threaten you indirectly? Like, what did you feel?
What do I feel? I feel like a
Why did he show up if you didn't need the flyers? What was his reason?
Somebody called him. Who called him to tell? Who called them to? And I'm not going to talk bad about them at all, because the man wasn't ugly to me. He wasn't. It was strange as hell.
Oh, thank you, Debbie. Thank you for your cash app, Debbie.
Flyers.
Barbecue.
That lady.
That lady. Oh, there's the sniffing back.
Okay, I'm going to say something you don't want to hear, probably. Because I
You
know
need a
you're
break.
running on adrenaline from what happened.
You need a
before.
break.
Oh no,
Carolyn.
my gut is sick, and my feelings. Because I really did.
Her feelings?
I really did care about that kid. I did. I really trusted him, and I stood up for him.
She is this worked up over Steven Crabtree, the TikToker. This is about Steven Crabtree. Do you hear me? This is weird, isn't it? Weird.
When people shit on and were shit talking,
911.
I stood up for him.
Well, that's what you're upset about then. The most is that
no, to be set up like that,
you feel betrayed.
I don't. I mean, it's
set up.
How do I explain this? To take something and make it something it wasn't. It's
that you were a mole. That you're a mole.
The hell? What else?
Well, I took a picture this morning. I sent you. I never Queen Bee. I never, because I hate that channel. I never watch her, but they were the only ones I could find streaming the court. And I screenshotted because they said in there, I sent you a shot. Who said that? Was it Titanium or who? I don't even know who said it. No, it wasn't her. That you were having dinner with Betty last night.
Hell no. That I sent you a picture of who
yeah
it actually was.
Betty was in her bed going off about her being at dinner with barbecue.
And I did not think
No, she wants
that
his
it was that
peen,
big of a
Toby.
deal because I thought we were coming
Come on.
freaking together.
She thinks everybody
for
wants
the
her
right
titties.
reasons, and that was Sebastian. And how the hell can I be a damn mole?
I thought we were coming together for Sebastian. How can I be a damn mole?
Steven, he never told me turn my life off. Hell, people are saying that we're family. And I made a joke out of that in the very beginning of my life.
I agree with that statement that you just put up there about him being the mole.
I that right
Yeah,
there.
that one right there.
She's younger than me, Toby.
If they had a problem,
Don't start watching them if you don't watch them.
I listen. I have never followed him.
I don't know why
whatever.
everybody thinks
And
she's a
then-
widower or a widow. She got divorced.
And
I
I told members. I told my members I just got off my members at like 20 minutes, a half an hour before I jumped on here, and I told my members that he was the one. I don't trust him because he was the one that posted the audio clip, which I showed you yesterday, Terry Lynn, and I sent it to Chris at the mob, who told his members
I can't
and
stand it.
his subscribers that he believed my audio had Chris on it, that he heard Chris's voice.
I think
and then
she's
he came
told
back
people
and
that,
discredited
but I
me
don't.
and the audio.
I don't see
And
any
he
evidence
said
of that.
He was told. He specifically said it was Stephen Crabtree who told him, and yet Stephen's the one that fucking posted the audio, and now he's discrediting his own post. So yeah, he is. Anyway, sorry.
it was. I mean, the things that were said after the fact, even after the fact.
This all feels like a big deflection, doesn't it?
Web sleuth, because Web sleuth's been trying to get a hold of you, Tiara Lynn. So now she's going after you. Better interject in that, honey. You see that? Are you reading it on the screen?
I mean, why is she crying, dude?
Why that he is. He's been working apparently with the Web sleuth.
Yeah, he's been working with her.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, he's been working with her.
Wait, who has? Who's been working with the Web sleuth? The mob crew or whatever? The fuck?
Subscribers that he believed my audio had Chris on it, that he heard Chris's voice. And then he came back and discredited me and the audio. And he said he was told, he specifically said it was Stephen Crabtree who told him. And yet Stephen's the one that fucking posted the audio. And now he's discrediting his own post. So yeah, he is. Anyway, sorry.
It was.
Just come to Canada, Turlin.
The things that were said after the fact, even after the fact.
Web sleuth, because Web sleuth's been trying to get a hold of you, Tiara Lynn. So now she's going after you. Better get.
Web sleuth has been trying to get a hold of you, Tara Lynn. Oh, so is Tara Lynn pulling a Seth Rogers and ignoring Trisha from Web Sleuths? Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Trisha wants to talk to Tara Lynn? I'm not worried about no audio. I'm listening to what they're saying. Listen.
Whatever, and then
I
told my members I just got off my members at like 20 minutes, a half an hour before I jumped on here, and I told my members that he was the one. I don't trust him because he was the one that posted the audio clip, which I showed you yesterday, Terry.
Oh,
Lynn.
you know what? That's right. I forgot she said that about the audio. I forgot. I didn't get a chance to ask Crabtree about that. Tanya, are you still here, Tanya? If you are, can you ask Steven if he released audio and said it was from that flashlight video? Because she's saying he did.
And I sent it to Chris at the mob, who told his members and his subscribers that he believed my audio had Chris on it, that he heard Chris's voice. And then he came back and discredited me and the audio. And he said he was told, he specifically said it was Stephen Crabtree who told him. And yet Stephen's the one that fucking posted the audio. And now he's discrediting his own post. So yeah, he is. Anyway. Sorry,
Guys, it was. I mean, the things that were said after the fact, even after the fact.
Web Sleuth, because Web Sleuth's been trying to get a hold of you, Terry Lynn. So now she's going after. You better interject in that, honey. You see that? Are you reading it on the screen?
Like Terry Lynn style searches, and that's why that he is. He's been working apparently with the Web Sleuth.
Yeah, he's been working with her.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, he's been working with her that I knew of. And my, I don't know. I don't want to say anything horrible about him because I mean, I really, truthfully,
Misfit Cooter.
Feel like a damned fool.
Why?
A damned fool.
Wait, why are you so dramatic?
Fool.
Did you do something else? I know, Holly, exactly. She feels like a damn fool for what? Showing up to a flyer event? What is she so worked up about? Yeah, she does, 911. Very scorned. She even cried. No, this isn't live, Gray Pearl. This is from a day ago. She's way too upset over this. That's what I'm wondering, Cricket. What is going on here? She's scared that Crab's going to leak their DMs. Oh. He just said on TikTok that they didn't even talk about Sebastian.
Bing bang. Don't feel like a fool.
Oh, no. Oh, fuck that. No. And I just said, I quit. Last night, I just said I give up. I quit.
No, you're not quitting. You're not quitting.
Oh, I quit.
You're not quitting. No, sweetie.
It's like it's like signs here and signs and more signs. It's what it feels like.
No, it's what we talked about yesterday morning. It's when I just got off my live for 2.5 hours.
I know.
I can't let these.
I think she's trying to insinuate something to make him look bad. I don't trust Terry Lynn as far. Not at all.
Bricks win.
And I get it. I know. But I sent you that picture. And you know what? You're more than welcome to show it.
You sent him that picture.
I'll show
You're
both
more than welcome because for anybody to say that
what
dinner with or whatever, what was it, Betty?
Mm-hmm.
No. It was with them.
Okay, we don't really care if Betty was there, okay? We were pissed that you were there with the TikTokers. Why are you bringing Betty into this? No, I said Betty was there because that's what I heard, but no one really gives a fuck. We know that Betty was live. So why do you keep bringing up Betty? Why do you deflect so much, Terrell-Lynn? Let me see if Mrs. Jones wrote me back yet. Mrs. Jones and me. Not yet. I'm not staying up all night.
This is my personal account because I went on there because I blocked her.
And you have my permission to show it.
Okay, sweetie. Let me just show.
Oh, sweetie.
So it was some guy called Rocco Love. You can see it's Queen Bee's channel.
Oh,
I can't,
Rocco.
I mean, I'd have to save it.
Rocco Love, are you still here? Rocco, you're getting a shout out from the psychic. Rocco's ears are burning. Rocco's ears are burning.
And email it to myself, the show right now. So you can see here, Rocco Love says, Betty and Bullhorn and Terry Lynn is a fake fight. They all had dinner together last night. Queen Bee's live this morning when they were following Bullhorn Betty's.
All right, now you can show that picture. That's last night. Yeah,
I did, Regina.
Show it.
Hang on, I just got to get it off my text. So this is where the year of the TikTokers. This is, whoa, where'd it go?
Yeah, and that girl, the first girl, which I knew.
I guess that could be why she's crying, Odessa. She pretty much was playing both sides, and they both pretty much blew her the fuck right off, right?
What the hell she was doing. I know exactly what she was doing. She wanted to. And what's that girl's
So
name?
where's Bullhorn Betty?
The girl.
She ain't there.
Not in that picture. No, and that's not even the. I don't think that's all of the people.
Did you hear what she said, though? This made me wonder. She says, no. She almost says, no, not in that picture. Listen.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was. I did think it was, but now today, I don't.
When they were following Bullhorn Betty's.
All right, now you can show that picture. That's last night.
Listen.
Yeah,
yeah.
You're more than welcome to show it.
Hang on, I just got to get it off my text. So this is where the year of the TikTokers. This is, whoa, where'd it go?
Yeah, and that girl, the first girl, which I knew what the hell she was doing. I knew exactly what she was doing. She wanted to. And what's that girl's
So
name?
where's Bullhorn Betty?
The girl.
She ain't there.
Not in that picture. No.
Not in that picture. But no. Tara Lynn, you're so fucking dumb. You are so dumb.
But the point is, you didn't have deep with Betty, is what I'm saying.
No.
No.
And what I did, I don't.
When they were following Bullhorn Betty's.
All right, now you can show that picture. That's last night. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're more than welcome to show
Listen
it.
real clear.
Hang on, I just got to get it off my text.
Thank you, Regina. I love you.
This is where the year of the TikTokers. This is, whoa, where'd it go?
Yeah, and that girl, the first girl, which I knew what the hell she was doing. I knew exactly what she was doing. She wanted to. And what's that girl's
So
name?
where's Bullhorn Betty?
The girl.
She ain't there.
Not in that picture. No, and that's not even the. I don't think that's all of the people.
Yeah, it is.
Is it all of them that were there? Are you sure?
Well, that's everybody that went and ate.
Okay.
But the point is, you didn't have deep with Betty as well.
That's all the people that went and ate. But what about the drinky poos afterwards? Bullhorn Betty's not in that picture. Is that everybody who was there? Uh-huh. Sloppy as fuck, Tara Lynn.
But the point is, you didn't have deep with Betty, is what I'm saying.
No.
No.
And what I did, I felt, and I still feel like it was for the good of. I thought it was.
Yeah.
The good
I
of
thought
what?
it was. I did think it was, but now today,
Why don't you finish a sentence?
I don't.
Well, you just have to go only with people from now on you trust. That's the only lesson you got out of this.
I did. I thought. I mean,
I
hell.
get it. But if you were to go back to the first time you met Mr. I don't want to trash talk anybody either, but we're having a moment where Terry Lynn needs our love and support.
Oh
So
my
we're
God.
gonna walk through
Right.
right.
That search goes on the 14th. Yes, it does. That search goes on. I'm not going to back down from that.
Yeah, but you're not leaving this. You're not leaving true crime either. We're gonna talk you through this. When you first met Crabtree, Did you have a gut feeling? Yes or no?
Oh.
I want this to be crystal clear.
That's tough.
Just help a brother out here.
Because he didn't accept Seth's number. He didn't. And I know that I felt, how do I say this? Damn. Because I'm all over the place with my feelings. And I don't want to say anything bad about him because
he's got dirt on you?
I'm not that person to do that to this.
Because he's got dirt on her. He's got dirt on her. He got dirt on her.
But because I everybody about lessons, you know, when you ignore your gut at first, when you first meet somebody. When
I first met him, I mean, because of the fact that I knew like the person that did his vehicle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And stuff like that. I didn't have a horrible feeling or anything like that. No, I'm not. I can't say that.
She's on a tilt-a-whirl.
And maybe
But
I
they're
have
not
just a bad,
horrible feelings. This is the point. They're not usually
maybe I
horrible.
just have a bad.
Because if they were horrible
Maybe I
feelings,
just have
you wouldn't have befriended him. But did you have a little like, just a smidgen of one? I don't
a little, maybe a tinge of something, but not really. Not to that
extent.
No.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Do you feel okay? Because I do want to talk about this because we've talked about this on this channel. Do you feel he's changed? Because
Yes, I think that a lot. Yes, I do. And it's after last night saying "fuck you," ditch what the hell? I've been on this damn ground, and I've gone through ticks. I've gone through snakes. I've gone through every damn thing. Every fucking thing to try to find this child. And I haven't done it alone. I have not. Casey's been there with me.
And this is why you need to be live, because you need to be live for this reason.
And I'll be damned if I'm going to let a bully, and I'm talking about a mob of bullies, and I do feel like that's what that was. That was Mean Girl Club. Y'all can have that shit.
Those are real life Mean Girls.
Y'all,
Movie Mean Girls?
yeah.
Those are real life Mean Girls.
I'm finding out new shit today. Y'all can have that. I don't want no parts of it. This is truly for me. It's about Sebastian.
This is truly for me. It's about Sebastian.
This
Okay,
turned it
bitch.
to be a shit show, and a point of some sort. But I'll never know the point of it. I won't.
Oh, feel the love. Nano says we've been through many years together, me and TL. She has a heart of gold. I know she does, honey. I know she does.
Yeah, and they have a problem with my flyer because I have my channel name on there.
Yep, I do have a problem with it.
Why don't y'all go back and listen to what Seth Rogers did say?
I am here.
Shut
the fuck
up.
That's what I say.
It's just it's quibbling over stupidity. Like, so my question is to you, because we've talked about this, and I firmly have come to the opinion, and I think you and I actually talked about this already, that people are being paid to
Now I believe it. After that mob last night, probably.
Okay.
Yep. You got
People
it, and
are
I'm
being-
not one of them.
People are being paid, and she's not one of them.
Go into the
Yeah,
clinker.
I
Big
really
house.
think they're being paid, and I think that's why we're seeing, like, even I don't want to talk about channels. I know Jenny is mad at me for this because I muted her, but it's not about that right now. But
It's not
okay, I won't
about
mention
it.
names. There's another massive creator who has initials as his channel name. He has totally changed his narrative on this. Why? What happened? Like, I feel like people are coming to them and paying them to spin a narrative. That's just my feeling.
Oh,
So
but you're
I
a tarot
wanted to
reader
get- I
on
wanted
this
to
on a
ask you
true
if you
crime
felt
case
that.
of a missing kid, and you're not
Feel a lot
spinning
of-
a narrative. You
I do
fucking
feel a lot of
Canadian
shit.
weirdo.
I feel a lot of
God, I
things.
can't stand
I'm
these people.
disgusted. But I don't want nothing to do with those people. Nothing. The lies, all this shit, I don't want nothing to do with any of these people.
I think they made it
Nothing.
clear they didn't want anything to do with you.
Diarrhea of the mouth.
Can't give up.
I mean, a real bully. And so they met their match on that.
Mm-hmm.
You're being a Karen.
Yeah, this lady put out
I've
fake
never,
audio and blamed it on Crabtree.
I just never.
I don't know where I don't know where she's from. Napa Valley girl,
Never.
thank you so much.
And to paint it out like I was intoxicated, no.
I'll check the email. Thank you for
Saying
your
that
cash
I
app.
had a whole bottle of
bottle.
what was it? They said I had I drank a whole bottle of wine.
Who cares if you were? Like, who cares?
And I was on substances, like a tweaker. Like, who the hell are you people?
Who cares? Dolly
I
used to
was
smoke nice while he was alive, and nobody gave a shit. Who
tweaker?
cares?
The hell? And you would
It's a fucking duck, Terry.
think somebody that is 10 years, what did he say, 10 years, that he's changed his life? Yeah, that's really not what you're supposed to do there, buddy.
Who is snickering saying Terry was next to Tony in court wearing a strapping top? Oh my God.
I was not even in court.
Betty Hunter.
I know.
I didn't even go to that court today. I didn't go to that court.
Okay,
They're lying.
I know. They're lying. I know you do. I know. I saw it. I watched it. We can play it now. I saw Tony and Seth, and you weren't sitting there.
They are turning me giving that, I told you the story that I went to my nanny's grave that I had not been back in
this is the fucking Sebastian stuffed animal. Listen to this weird ass story.
Years. She told me she wasn't there. Don't come here. Don't come here. And she always has come to me, when I've needed her. Always, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was, I didn't, they act like I spent the night there and was there all day. I thought, these people don't listen. You don't listen. You don't listen. I was there until night time.
God, quit.
And on the third
you fucking
night
weirdo,
that I
man.
went there, the third night that I went there, a person asked for my help to find the grave of a deceased little one.
Bullshit. I call bullshit. You would have live streamed that shit like a motherfucker, Tara Lynn. The third night I was at this cemetery, someone asked me to help find the grave of a deceased little one. Right, because someone's going to show up to this cemetery alone, and hope you were just there to help guide them to the grave they were coming to visit. Fuck directly off. Terry Lynn.
Why are people such idiots?
And somebody had stolen the teddy bear off of that grave.
What? Someone had stolen the teddy bear? This chick is fucking out there.
And I said, wait. And I thought, my God, I've got my sign. My best friend, since I was young, had given me a Sebastian from The Little Mermaid. And I gave it to that girl to put that on that baby's grave. And
I can't.
They didn't understand the story. Well, what the hell's wrong with you?
Dude, you are a sick person, Tara Lynn.
What were they saying?
I don't know. I don't watch those people. Oh,
You don't know? You don't watch those people?
Well,
That
number
you gave Sebastian.
that I
to the
gave
girl.
Sebastian to this little girl. I'm like, what the hell?
What?
I said, wait,
My God.
the hell? I gave Sebastian to the. I said, are you? What the hell's y'all missed the whole thing?
I know.
You missed
so-
the whole damned thing. You missed the whole message.
Yeah.
We need some math to
Y'all
understand
missed
your
the whole
message.
damned message.
A Ouija board down your pants. You're gonna pull that out.
How disgusting are y'all? You missed it all. You missed everything I was saying. And apparently, y'all know this, a 10-hour stream.
Yeah.
Oh, this is about me. This is about me. I didn't
playing my kids.
Oh,
that
see?
Almost died in a whole wreck.
Listen.
Y'all think that shit's funny?
No, we didn't laugh, bitch.
None of
Nobody
this is.
here does.
No, I know that.
I know. I still got to go through and finish
That's
my
weird,
story on that
Hopeful.
one. You got to report that, Terry Lynn.
I'm like, well, apparently it got took down because of some music.
Oh, no
but
way.
I've never felt set up.
We did not laugh at her daughter.
I've never been a quitter ever, and I have never quit. When I've made promises, I've never quit. And this is just, it's like you feel it's just you can't do anything right, and then every turn you make.
Cece saw it live, guys.
Well, they're banding together, and this is what I was saying yesterday, Terry Lynn. We got to band together better because they're gaining strength because they're working together no matter how sick they are.
But I've never had anybody, a mole. The hell do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know anything.
Why were you
Because I
accused
thought
of
this
driving a
was about
Mercedes?
Sebastian.
I thought this was about Sebastian.
I really did. I thought that
No,
this
you
was
didn't.
a good thing. I was excited about it.
Yeah, but you're almost there. It's like you might find him this weekend. Who knows?
Looking beyond, what are you talking about?
Were they there to support CP today, Casey?
Yep.
In court? Okay, she said yes, they were.
Who was what? Were they with CP? They were there to support CP in court?
What
Oh,
all?
God.
I think they was just there to be nosy.
And to be nosy, she says.
They thought Bullhorn Betty was going to jail.
They thought she was that bullhorn.
Oh, I took pictures. They were excited about it. They were like, 44 months minimum. And I took a bunch of pictures of that they were like celebrating in the chat.
Yes, exactly, sweet one. We felt bad for her daughter. And furthermore, I said earlier in my live, I'm like, she's the one that put her daughter on Fox television. I just looked for videos of hers. I knew she was on the news, and I found that one. I didn't know her daughter was even in that one. And we damn sure did not laugh at her little girl's trauma.
No, this is
good
mean
energy.
Girl Club. This is total mean girl.
No,
Club.
you're just a manipulating, lying
Mean Girl.
weirdo.
Don't make me a dog face
Complete mean
lion
girl
pony
club.
soldier.
So yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm not gonna keep that live private. I don't have to. I don't have to.
Oh, you're such a rebel, Terry. Yep, she's playing the victim like she does so well. She showed it on her very own live. Yeah, she said we were laughing.
I'm
You can
not.
go back and play it. I don't dirty delete like you, Terry Lynn.
Yeah,
No
you need
one
to
giggled.
just follow your gut. Follow your
I'm gonna
gut.
unprivate that damn thing because you know what? It proves what I think it needs to prove. Nobody told me to cut it in my live. No one, not one soul told me to do that. Not one soul. So that was a lie. I don't like a liar.
You must not like yourself.
No, I don't like liars either. And you know what Lisa just said, which I think is kind of hilarious? Hopefully they used all their income to fly in because they had shit intentions about me, and now they won't be able to fly during the real court.
No, she got donations. She said Casey watches
No,
them.
all the TikTokers that flew in. Hopefully they are gonna. They got donations to fly in.
They got donations to fly in. Yeah. So should I start asking for freaking donations? Like
you already
know what I'm
do.
saying? People just donate to this shit like this. It's like
people just donate to this shit like this.
You're gonna be the one to find them. It's true.
Because I was listen. Like I said, I was sitting on this bench. It's it's where the dog park is, and it's like a garden, right? You know, that we didn't agree on. There were times that we didn't agree on certain things. But we could take that and put it aside. That's just like she felt a certain way about Bullhorn. I felt a certain way about her, right? And we agreed to disagree. And that's you know that's how friends usually do it. And that's the facts. We truthfully agreed to disagree.
But you should be able to disagree. This is one of my pet peeves about people that get mad at me because I say one thing they don't agree with and they'll unsubscribe. It's like, I want people to follow people they are aligned with in general energy, not like, if you can't handle a person you're supposed to be in a relationship with, whether it's YouTube or personal, and you can't have a disagreement without somebody going, fuck this, I want to not be your friend anymore. That's just like, how can you live like that in your life?
Yeah, I mean, these people, oh, I'm glad Casey's there with you. I mean, why put this on Casey? Casey's not Terry Lynn's mom. She's not her spouse. She's some moderator for her. Look, this was set up to discredit you.
Can't. It's ridiculous. So you have to have agreements. But
there
do you
was
feel
no
this bit? I ain't sitting here playing this whole thing. Who joins the panel though? Oh wait, here she talks about being drunk.
They did.
But somebody just said you should check your car. Check your car.
I know how to do that, though.
Casey.
I know how to do that. I know how to do that.
Check your
I've
car.
got, yeah, I have. Trust me, I've gotten really great at that right there.
Check your car to make sure no one tampered with it. What the hell does what?
Yeah, I don't want anything. I just I said I maybe need to take a couple of days to myself.
Yeah, you do.
Just was I drunk? I can show you my receipt and show you what. No, I was not drunk, and she wasn't there. But if I needed to,
a tracking device.
What the hell? I mean, if I need to show the table of who all had drinks, I can do that.
Paranoid.
One glass of wine does not make a person intoxicated. It does not.
Nobody cares. Exactly. That's the point. I was like, who gives a rat's ass? People, how old are you? You're like a 2-year-old kindergarten talk. Like, she got drunk. Like, I'm 55. I don't know how old you are, but I know you're older than 25.
49. And
Regina, right?
Yeah, who fucking cares? Man, if I come to Tennessee, I'm going to go see Kimberly and we're having margaritas and I might have several and I don't fucking care. Who gives a shit?
Yes,
You've been searching for 7 months. You don't deserve to have a freaking night and have a couple glasses of wine? Give me a
If I
break.
wanted to have had a couple of glasses, I would have had. I had a glass of wine.
I get it, but who cares? That's the point. You could have had the bottle and nobody should have shamed you for it. That's my point.
And I had a sirloin steak, medium rare, a baked potato with extra butter, sour cream, and a salad with extra ranch dressing, which I paid for dearly because I'm not supposed to have salad. So,
Oh, I think the tarot lady knows
if that
exactly
right
what she
there
does.
makes me drunk, well, guess what? Then I should have had the 2 bottles that they drank of wine, damn it, and all them damn margaritas. How about that?
They didn't drive though, Terry Lynn.
Regina says, "Who paid for all this?" Well, they prepare. Their followers paid for them. I guess they sponsored them, right?
I was not in court today, Miss Taylor.
Answer the
I was not
question,
at court
Terry.
today. I was not at court today.
Answer the question she asked you.
I was not there.
Oh, I can't stand
that
you.
was a setup, a damn shit show setup.
You are a
and
shit
I don't
show.
want any part of.
She had no idea
bullshit.
these people, Ruby, were who
Hell,
they.
none.
She went into it knowingly. She didn't know they were going to do this to her. Obviously,
Cash Terry on the outside.
No, I did not know that this was a setup.
Bams,
and
you're right.
It did have nothing to do with Bullhorn Betty at lunch or anything.
It had nothing to do with any. It was.
Yeah.
This was a meetup. Casey, you want to explain this damn again? I don't know. I don't do TikTokers. I've tried
Just
it.
Tony?
I couldn't figure this shit out.
It's the only TikToker you do.
Okay. So Barbecue and Tammy were meeting in
No, Sushi. She's
Hendersonville
pretending to be
to
like
go
Seth.
to Bullhorn Betty.
She pretends to not know anything, just like Seth. Right? I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there.
Court hearing today, but they came yesterday to so they could be here for court this morning, and so but because they were coming in a day early, a lot of other people from their chat were coming that flew in also, or just that live locally.
Sorry,
and
Aesop's Fable. Sorry to cut you off, but I'm just booting you. I don't need people like you on this channel. Goodbye. Being blocked and banned.
Aesop's
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut
Fables.
you off, but I'm not tolerating shit. Anybody wants to talk shit, you're gonna get booted. Sorry, keep going, honey.
He said they were psychos or something.
And so they put together a thing where people would get together and then split off and go hand out flyers or put them up in places that would let you put them up and stuff like that. And we met up with them to be part of their little group to go hand out flyers. And Terry Lynn had flyers.
I had over 1,000 damn flyers, and I offered them.
And for some reason, they didn't want to use hers.
They had already made a phone call. But what did you say that they
They
said?
had already made a phone call and had some that would be there in like 15 minutes.
And I didn't even know that was happening because I was talking to my people on my live, and I was sitting, like I said, by the dog park, and it's like a garden, like a rose garden, on a bench. That's what I was doing.
Bench scooter.
And I thought it was an awesome thing at first.
You thought it was awesome sitting on a bench?
Then I was asked some.
Oh, you were with
and asked
Crabtree.
questions, and I was like, "What the hell?" I answered them, and I thought, "Whatever." After that, and then to find out that, I do have feelings. For Stephen to say, "What did he say to her?" Casey, about whatever me, because I didn't know this until after the fact.
While we were sitting at dinner, Stephen texted Barbecue and said, "Ditch Terry Lynn. Fuck her. Just fuck her."
I was like, what the hell? I mean, I've defended this dude. I thought of him like a little brother.
A little brother.
And I thought it was an awesome thing.
Listen.
At first. And then I was asked to mute and ask questions. And I was like, what the hell? I answered them. And I thought, whatever. After that. And then to find out that, I do have feelings. For Stephen to say, what did he say to her? Casey, about whatever me? Because I didn't know this until after the fact.
While we were sitting at dinner, Stephen texted Barbecue and said, "Ditch Terry Lynn. Fuck her. Just fuck her."
I was like, what the hell? I mean, I've defended this dude. I thought of him like a little brother. I did.
So at dinner, Crabtree texted Barbecue and said, "Ditch her." Fuck her. Ditch her. Crabtree, That's amazing. That's fucking amazing.
I didn't know this until after the fact.
While we were sitting at dinner, Stephen texted Barbecue and said, "Ditch Terry Lynn. Fuck her. Just fuck her."
I was like, no, what the hell? I mean, I've defended this dude. I thought of him like a little brother. I did. And I have defended that and defended.
I don't care if he did
I've
do
got
it.
receipts.
Funny
Oh, I
as
do.
fuck.
But I was not at that court hearing.
Do you feel unsafe now? Because you said you want to give up the searching. Do you feel unsafe now?
It just made me feel like, there's so many, the negativity, all this negative energy that just continues and continues.
I know.
Yes, I did. And Seth has always said, what did he say? You all can contact Miss Terry, and he did. So you know what? Yes. And I've gotten contacts from that stuff, just like when I put my number out there on my YouTube channel. Because you know what I thought I was doing? Taking it away from him, all of those calls and all that shit that he was getting.
Bullshit, Terry Lynn. So Seth Rogers gave her permission because he said, reach out to Miss Terry Lynn. So she's turning it right back on Seth Rogers about putting her YouTube on the flyers. Seth Rogers, please stand up. What do you got to say about this? Aristocat, who are you talking about? Who's crappy people? Me?
Well, I'm sorry that it happened.
I did. I really did. And I would have helped him with anything still. Would I forgive?
I don't think you
do forgive, but
well, there's two differences. Don't let him back in your life doesn't mean you can't forgive him. Those are two different things.
What? Don't let him back in your life? The fuck are they talking about? She's all kinds of sighing too.
Myself, are y'all crazy? I have 3
That
kids.
about you?
Oh, I got you, Aristo.
Stacy, hell, I was like, wait, what the hell? Like,
They were saying it on their live that you were.
this was the
What?
most asinine. Well, you heard it.
Mm-hmm.
They said that you were going to commit suicide on their lives.
They were saying that she was acting like that
This is
in
crazy.
that parking lot last night when they went live after.
I don't even know those people.
After we left, and they supposedly helped us make sure we were all right by wanting to call me an Uber.
What are y'all insane?
And then said, well, if you feel more comfortable with you and her both having an Uber.
Why would they try to separate you two? I don't like the feeling of this.
I didn't either. And that's why I was like, if I want an Uber, I can call my own Uber. I mean, no, I don't have the Uber app because where I live, we don't have Uber. But if I wanted an Uber, I could get my own. I could figure it out. I'm not dumb.
Yeah, she was with me.
I know how
she
to
was
Google.
with me, but they got her out of the car.
And she knows, and her car is a stick shift. I don't know how to drive one.
And I made a damn joke.
As far as taking off, I can't I don't know how to regulate the clutch to take off. So I have to dump it to take off. But shifting gears, I'm fine. It's the whole taking off point. And I mean, I was like, I can dump the clutch and we'll be fine,
It was a joke. I made a joke.
And we were just joking around.
I said, "Oh damn, I'm drunk. I'm off of one glass of wine there, guys." By the way,
and I was like, I said, we'll be fine. And I was like, all I said was, well, I said, I guess replacing the clutch would be cheaper than a DUI.
and look,
so
the clutch had already been replaced. Okay, the clutch had already been replaced.
I mean, and we didn't. Well, we weren't far from her house. I wouldn't have had to dump it maybe twice. Okay?
She would have dumped anything because I wasn't drunk.
Well, God almighty, but here's the thing: why would they send one of you in an Uber? I don't understand what their intentions were there.
I mean, I'm not going to leave her in that parking lot
with them. Because
Did we
at
not
first they were
learn
saying, are they keying
anything?
my car? Are they keying?
First of all, they're accused of
They were thinking we were keying, or one. I guess it would have been you because you were on the passenger side of keying. What's that lady's name?
Tammy's car.
Yeah,
She has a Range Rover.
Like,
Do you think I'm pissing a key a Range Rover?
What is wrong with you people?
That girl, you think I'm
But I
fixing
really
a
am
key
worried
a
that they
Range
tried to set you up. I don't feel very good about that. Like to
Think I
separate
do?
you,
I mean, do
especially.
you think I feel good about any of this?
So
No.
I
No,
did
I get it,
tell her
but
I was
the
gonna tell her.
separating you part feels intentional.
Well, they were meeting somebody as we were taking. When we were taking their food they left on the damn table in a bag over to them, right? Which I did not know. I thought that they'd gone when she said they had gone to Sam's. I thought she was saying that they were going to Sam's Club, right? The store. And I said, she's in Casey was like, no, they're going to the restaurant. And I was like, what the heck? That's weird. And so I said, do we need to go take this food over there to them? And she was like, well, we can't. Yeah. And that's what we did.
Okay, so I think I'm going to end this. No, Mrs. Jones has never been in here. Well, she texted me and said, she'd hit me back. I gave her my Google number, right? The hotline. Well, she said, I tried calling you, ! I'm not going on a hotline. Not sure we have anything to talk about anymore. I don't do drama and will not be disrespected and called outside of my name. Proper authority have been contacted as well as chain of command. What? About what? I simple asked a question and it turned into a mean girl club, and that's it for me. No one would have anything to talk about these days had it not been for a missing child, and I find that absolutely disgusting. There is a missing child that's being exploited, and that makes me sick. Freedom of speech is one thing, defamation of character is another. Everyone's focus should just be a missing child and not the lies and drama that's being circulated. And I agree with her. But I just wanted to know well, yeah, I was streaming her though, so it looked like it was me. Okay? So to someone who doesn't understand that I was streaming TikTok, she wouldn't understand that. And she was in my chat, and I was telling her, like, that's not me, but I don't know if she understood that. So in all fairness, I know, but chat was crazy. The TikTok was crazy. I mean, Barbecue's straight up saying her husband's being investigated, calling her a bitch. I mean, it was a lot. So I'm going to end this, and I'm going to try to give her a ring and explain things to her. I'm going to try to call her. And if she doesn't talk to me, she doesn't talk to me. Well, hang on. I'm going to mute this and try to call her. If she doesn't answer, then I'll come back. Hang on. You know what? Never mind. I am going to wrap this up. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm live tomorrow. We will talk about all of this then. Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to run our credits. Thank you for being here. I don't have credits. I'm on every day with Jay. But I think I have a live stream set up for tomorrow. We're going to talk about bridges. Have a great night, guys. Get some sleep. Bye, SS. Bye, Sin. Thank you, moderators. Good night, Robin. Good night, Nash. I know the song's only on J is for Justice. I got to get it over here, don't I? I love you guys. Thanks for your support. Thanks for sticking around and supporting me while I went up in the box tonight. You're welcome, One Shot. Good night, Shell. Good night, Bams. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow. Box Cooter. Boxed wine cooter.